outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you only hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, 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 let it snow. Oh, go on, let it snow.
Mr. Kringle is soon gonna jingle the bells that'll tingle all your troubles away. Everybody's waiting for the man with the bag, 'cause Christmas is coming again. He's got a sleigh full, it's not gonna stay full. He's got stuff to drop at every stop of the way. Everybody's waiting for the man with the bag, 'cause Christmas is coming again. He'll be here to the prayers that you've made through the year. You'll get yours if you've done everything you should. Extra special good, he'll make this December the one you'll remember, the best and the merriest you ever did have. Everybody's waiting for the man with a bag. Christmas is here again. Soon gonna jingle all the bells that'll tingle all your troubles away. Everybody's waiting for the man with the bag. Christmas is here again. He's got a sleigh full and it's not gonna stay full. Got stuff that he's dropping every stop of the way. Everybody's waiting for the man with the bag. Christmas is here again. He'll be here with the answer to the prayers that you've made through the year. You'll get yours if you've done everything you should. Extra special good, he'll make this December the one you'll remember, the best and the merriest you ever did have. Everybody's waiting, they're all congregating, waiting for the man with the bag. Better watch out now.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. From now on, our troubles will be out of sight. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Make the Yuletide From now on, our troubles will be miles away. Here we are, as in olden days, happy golden days of yore. Faithful friends who are dear to us, gather near to us once more. Through the years, we all will be together if the fates allow. Until then, we'll have to muddle through somehow. And have yourself a merry little Christmas now.
Okay, CTTV ready?
Live. Are we live, Madam Clerk?
All right, we are live. And I'm Vice Chair John Dingfelder, Tampa City Council. We are here to continue our afternoon docket. And Council, if it's okay with you, why don't we go ahead and run through the consent docket?
Roll call.
And a roll call, go ahead. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Right into the parking
Vieira.
lot.
Okay. Somebody there?
Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Goods. We have a physical quorum.
Okay, any other housekeeping, Mr. Shelby?
Not that I'm aware, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll go to page 5, item 7. Mr. Citro, you are the Chair of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If I may, I would like to move items number 7 through 13.
Second. All right, we have a motion, seconded by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote. Let the
Miranda.
record reflect Mr. Vieira has joined us.
Thank you. Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Vieira. Public safety, item
Item 7 through 13 on the consent.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes, yes.
Citro.
Yes.
And Goods. Motion carried unanimously with Goods being absent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Citro. Move on, Madam Clerk. Mr. Maniscalco, Parks and Rec.
Yes, sir, and I see Gasparilla and other big parades are on this, so I move items 14 through 20.
Second.
We have a motion, seconded by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
And Goods. Motion carried unanimously with Goods being absent.
Okay, Mr. Carlson, if you could take Public Works for me, that would be 21 to 23.
Yes, sir, I'd like to move.
Followed by 27 through 29.
Is there,
And the substitute for 21.
Substitute for 29?
okay, what did you say again? So, do you skip
We're
one?
pulling 24, 25, 26 to go later.
Okay, 24, okay. Yes, sir, I'd like to move item number 21 with the substitution, 22, 23, 27, 28, 29.
All right, we have a motion. Second by Mr. Vieira. Roll call vote.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Vieira. Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
And Goods. Motion carried unanimously with Goose being absent.
All right, Finance Committee, Mr. Miranda.
Move item 30 to 32.
We have a motion, seconded by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco? Yes. Viera? Yes. Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
And Goose. Motion carried unanimously with Goose being absent.
All right, on page 11, item 39 on, Mr. Carlson, Building and Zoning,
I'd like to move items 30,
Except number 52.
except 52.
I'd like to move items number 39 through 57, except number 53.
All right, we have a motion and a second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Viera? Yes. Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco? And Goose. Motion carried unanimously with Goose being absent.
Okay, item 52 is my understanding from legal that they need a supermajority because the price of $475 exceeded the appraised value.
And that is going to be put on staff reports.
Huh?
Staff reports, that's been moved to staff reports.
Correct.
Why can't we just move it now?
Because
it
it was
only
moved to-
required a supermajority.
Well, no, because it was moved for discussion on the staff reports by council's
All right, we
motion.
moved it already?
Yes.
Okay, we'll shift that over to staff reports. All right, Transportation Committee, Mr. Vieira.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I move items 58 through 61.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Viera? And Goose. Motion carried unanimously with Goose being absent.
Okay, our second readings for proposed ordinances, starting with what, page number 63, Mr. Shelby?
We took care of number 63 before lunch.
Yes, we did. Okay, did we open all these, Madam Clerk?
Yes, they have.
I'm sorry?
Yes. they're all
Okay,
open.
so all these hearings are open, and we'll go ahead with staff, item 64.
And we just need to swear in people as it comes up, sir.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you want to swear everybody in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Mr. Hussein?
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda item number 64. This is for case REZ 21-53, being presented to you for second reading and adoption. The address is 825 West Lindbaugh Avenue. Proposed rezoning from PD, Plan Development Office Residential Multifamily, to PD, Plan Development Medical Office Residential Multifamily. Site plans were dropped off at the City Clerk's office. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Okay, sounds good. We'll go to the petitioner for a very brief presentation, if possible.
Of course, Megan Smith, Gardner Brewer, 40 North Ashley Drive. We want to thank staff for working with us. As you said, certified site plans have been dropped off, and we are available for any questions.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for staff or the petitioner? All right, hearing none, we'll go to the public. Is there anybody on second floor? Do we have staff on the second floor?
There we go.
There's no one here to speak on 64.
All right, gentleman said there's nobody on the second floor. Do we have anybody online?
No one is registered for this item.
Move to close.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close by Mr. Miranda, Mr. Maniscalco. Without objection, we'll close the public hearing, and I'll look for a motion.
I'll read it if I may, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Vieira.
Yes, sir. I move item 64, which is an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 825 West Linebaugh Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification PD Plan Development Office Residential Multifamily to PD Plan Development Medical Office Residential Multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, second by Mr. Miranda. A roll call vote.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Viera? Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
And Goose. Motion carried unanimously with Goose being absent.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Hussein, we have item 65, REZ 21-50.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Item number 65, case REZ 21-50. This being heard for second reading and adoption. Address is 2606 North 59th Street. This being a proposed rezoning from RM16 residential multifamily and CI commercial intensive to IG industrial general. This is Euclidean, so no site plan is required. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Okay, any questions of staff? All right, we'll move on to petitioner. No questions from staff at this time. Is the petitioner here or online?
Yes, I'm here. Hello?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you the petitioner?
Yes, well, I'm the owner of the
You're the
property.
owner and the petitioner. You're the petitioner's representative.
That's me.
Okay, and your name, and have you been sworn in?
Anay Hernandez, no, not yet.
Okay, you want to swear you in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, is your assistant in the pink shoes going to be testifying as well?
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, anything you want to add to staff reports or anything you want to let us know?
No.
Okay, you're satisfied with that. Any questions of this young lady? Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll see if there's anybody else that wants to speak to this item.
Okay, thank you.
If you-
Ask the staff on the second floor, is there anybody else? Sir, we can't hear you from the
Yeah,
microphone.
You're going to have to.
No one else?
Okay, nobody else on the second floor on this item. Is there anybody online?
No one is registered.
Move to close.
All right. Any other questions? All right, there's a motion and a second to close. Mr. Citro is second, Mr. Miranda was the first. Without objection, we will close the public hearing. Okay, anybody want to make a motion? Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2606 North 59th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1, approved zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily and CI commercial intensive to IG industrial general, providing an effective date.
We have a motion, second by Mr. Vieira. Roll call vote.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira? Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Goose. Motion carried unanimously with Goose being absent.
All right. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, next item, REZ 21-73. Mr. Hussein, you still with us?
Right here, yes, sir. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda item number 66, case REZ 21-73. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 408 and 410 West Park Avenue. This being a proposed rezone from RM16 residential multifamily to RM24 residential multifamily. This being Euclidean, no site plan is needed. I'm here for any questions if needed.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the petitioner online or present?
I'm present.
Yes, sir. Anything you'd like to add to staff's, your name and have you been sworn?
My name is Matt Sink. I have been sworn in. Property address is 410 and 408 Park Avenue. I am the owner and the petitioner.
Okay. Anything you want to add to staff report?
Nope, I think that everything was covered in that.
Okay. Any questions of staff or the gentleman? Hearing no questions, we'll see if there's anybody here to testify. Anybody on the second floor on this item 66?
There's no one else on 66?
Thank you, sir.
No one is registered.
Nobody's registered. There's no public comment. Mr. Citro moved to close, second by Mr. Maniscalco without objection. We will close the public hearing, and I'll accept a motion on that. Mr. Carlson, you interested?
I'd like to move file number REZ 2173, ordinance being ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 408 and 410 West Park Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM24 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
All right, we have a motion. I think the second was Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira? Yes. Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
No.
Carlson?
Yes.
And Goose. Motion carried with Dingfelder voting no and Goose being absent.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations, sir.
Thank you, guys.
All right, item 67, Mr. Hussein.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda item number 67, case REZ 21-82. It is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 409, 411, and 413 East Oak Avenue. This being a proposed rezoning from CN, commercial neighborhood, to PD, planned development, residential, single family attached. Site plans were dropped off at the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Okay, any questions at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the petitioner.
Good afternoon, Council. Clayton Bricklemeyer Law Group, 4427 West Kennedy. I have been sworn. We are happy with the staff report and available for questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Bricklemeyer? All right, hearing none, we'll see if there's any public comment. Anybody on the second floor for item 67?
There's no one here for 67.
Thank you, sir. Anybody online?
No one is registered.
Second. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Citro, a second by Mr. Maniscalco to close without objection. We will close the public hearing, and I'll accept a motion at this time.
File number REZ 21-82, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 409, 411, and 413 East Oak Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CN, commercial neighborhood, to PD, planned development, residential, single family, attached, providing an effective date.
Second. All right, Mr. Citro has made the motion. Mr. Miranda seconded it. Roll call vote.
Viera. Yes. Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Goods. Motion carried unanimously with Goods being absent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Have a good holiday, Mr. Bricklemeyer. All right, item 68.
Mr. Chairman, before we begin item 68, there's something I need to do for the record, and that is a letter received by the law firm representing Mr. Michelini. That letter has been forwarded to the clerk's office and will be uploaded and made part of the record of today's hearing. That being said, is there any action to be taken prior to proceeding?
The chairman has carefully read the entire file, watched the video, and read the letter, and the chairman's ready to move forward. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Wells, is that Ms. Wells?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Yes, there had been a request for Councilman Dingfelder to recuse himself on this matter. That request was initially filed on November 16th, and Councilman Dingfelder was absent at the vote. The request has been renewed, and it is the city attorney's recommendation that you recuse yourself during this hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. I appreciate your suggestion. It's my understanding at the end of the day, it's each council member's decision of whether or not he believes that it's appropriate to abstain or recuse myself. I've carefully read the file. I'm familiar with it. I have no bias in this case or any case whatsoever, and as I stated a few minutes ago, I'm prepared to move forward and vote on this just like all the other council members. But I appreciate the recommendation. Thank you, Ms. Wells. Okay, Mr. Hussain.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussain, Development Coordination, agenda item number 68, case REZ 21-93.
Mr. Chair, if I
for
may,
second reading.
our council is trying to get your attention.
Okay, so which council? Mr. Shelby?
Our council.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, just for the purposes of being able to do my due diligence.
Please.
What I'd ask you to do is to skip this item and we'll come back to it. I'll be ready shortly.
You want to skip this item? Okay, sure enough.
Thank you.
Never want to be difficult. All right, item 69. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Michelini, council has asked us to skip this item and move on, so we'll come back to you. Item 69, Mr. Hussain.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussain, Development Coordination, agenda item number 69, case REZ 21-100. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location of 713 East Robson Street. Proposed rezoning from SHRS Seminole Heights residential single family to SHPD Seminole Heights planned development residential single family detached. Site plans were turned in to the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Okay. Does any members have any questions this time for Mr. Hussain or any other staff? Hearing no questions, we'll go to the applicant. I'm sorry? Somebody's online? Who is it?
This is Dwayne Milford. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We need to see you.
All right. I don't know how to make that happen, I don't think.
There you are.
Well, there we go. Maybe I do know how to make it happen.
All right, Mr. Milford, I don't know if you heard Mr. Hussein's presentation. This passed unanimously on first reading. Do you have anything you want to add?
We have nothing to add to the record.
All right, go ahead and, I'm sorry, state your name and have you been sworn?
Dwayne Milford, representative for the applicant, and yes, I have been sworn.
Actually, you'll need to swear in again since we have you on video now.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry I cut you off before. Do you have anything you want to add?
We have nothing to add to the record, but can certainly answer questions if needed.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the members? All right, let's see if there's any public comment on the second floor. Item 69.
There's no one for 69.
Nobody for 69. Anybody online for 69 other than the petitioner?
No one else is registered.
Okay. All right. If there are no other questions or comments, Mr. Miranda moved to close. Mr. Maniscalco seconded. Without objection, the matter will be closed, and I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Miranda?
I'll take it. File number REZ number 69, REZ 21-100. Written ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 713 East Robeson Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described from section 1 from zoning district classification SHRS Seminole Heights Residential Single Family to SHPD Seminole Heights Planned Development Residential Single Family Detached, providing an effective date.
Second. All right, we have a motion from Mr. Miranda, a second from Mr. Citro. Roll call vote.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira? And Goods. Motion carried unanimously with Goods being absent.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move on to item 70, REZ 21-105. Mr. Hussein.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 70, case REZ 21-105. This is being presented to you for second reading and adoption. The location is at 3407, 3409, 3411, and 3413 East Louisiana Avenue. This is being proposed for a rezone of RS50, residential single family, to RM18, residential multifamily. This being Euclidean, no site plans were needed. I'm here for any questions if needed.
All right, sounds good. Any questions for Mr. Hussein or other staff? Hearing none, we'll hear from the petitioner. I believe he's on the second floor.
Yep. I'm here.
Yes, sir. Can you state your name and have you been sworn?
Good afternoon, Fred Henry, Domain Homes, 815 East Palm Avenue, Tampa, Florida, and I have not been sworn.
All right, Fred, raise your right hand and repeat after her.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything you'd like to add to item 70 that Mr. Hussein hasn't already stated?
No, appreciate staff's help, and if I can be of any help on my end, let me know, and I appreciate, as always, your time and consideration.
Okay. All right, are there any questions for the petitioner or for staff? All right, let's see if there's anybody present on the second floor for item 70.
No one for item 70.
All right. And anybody online for 70?
No one is registered.
So moved, close.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Miranda, Mr. Maniscalco second. Without objection, we will close public hearing. Anybody would like to make a motion? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vieira.
My pleasure, Mr. Chairman. I move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption ordinance rezoning proper general vicinity of 3407, 3409, 3411, 3413 East Louisiana Avenue, City of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to RM residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
All right, I'll just finish this one up with Mr. Chair's permission. We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes, item
Carl-
70.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Viera, Citro,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, the only one we didn't finish yet is 68.
68?
Legal staff
Thank you, counsel.
asked for a minor delay on that, and then we got 71.
All right. Gentlemen, I'm sorry for my tardiness, but it couldn't be helped. I had several constituents calling me to go talk to some young people. As you know, Tampa Bay Tech, my alma mater, is going to the state championship tomorrow to play St. Thomas Aquinas. They asked me to go by and do a motivational speak right quick, and me being a person in 1984 who was a part of that first win, we didn't win a game. I don't know, Mr. Miranda, it felt good to go back in that locker room and talk to the young men about what they need to do tonight to get that win tonight. So that's why I was late, gentlemen. I thought it was worthwhile for me to miss because they needed that because
Absolutely.
they wanted people to really give them a
What's the
spirit.
nickname? Tampa Bay?
Titans.
Titans, go Titans.
So, and also the Tampa Bay Cardinals Youth League won the Pop Warner State Championship this weekend. So let's give them a shout out as well. All right, item number 71.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 71, case REZ 21-132. This is being presented to you for second reading and adoption at a location 5709 North 47th Street and 4705 East Henry Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RS50 residential single family to RM24 residential multifamily. This being Euclidean, no site plan is required. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for Zane? All right. We hear from the applicant.
Nope.
We have an applicant.
Good afternoon, City Council. Abby Feely, Director of Development and Growth Management. The Housing Department is the applicant on
Okay.
this case. Kayon Henderson, she has been detained this morning with another matter. Given the timing of this item, I am here and available for any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Feely, the applicant? All right. Anyone here to speak on this item? Anyone ready to speak on this item?
No one is registered.
Move to close.
Mr. Miranda has moved to close. Mr. Maniscalco, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Who do we leave off on, gentlemen?
Maniscalco.
Ms. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5709 North 47th Street and 4705 East Henry Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classifications RS50, residential single family, to RM24, residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote, please.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
71.
Viera, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Mr. Dingfelder, did we do all the consent docket as well?
Hmm?
Did we do the consent as well or no?
We did
All
consent.
right,
We
so-
can go back to 68
all
and
right,
finish that up
68.
if you want.
All right, item number 68. Okay.
Mr. Hussein.
Is that have we discussed that, sir?
Yeah, we're good.
We're
We
good?
can move forward.
All right. Zane?
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 68, case RZ 21-93. This being heard for second reading and adoption. The location 3228 West O'Keller Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RS50 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family detached. Site plans were turned into the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any question for Zane? All right. We have an applicant?
Yes, sir, Steve Michelini. I want to reiterate for the record that we've requested Mr. Dingfelder to recuse himself, and to ensure a fair and impartial hearing, that we are reiterating that request for the record.
Mr. Shelby, I'll turn that over to you, sir.
We've already been advised, Mr. Chair, in your absence, both the legal department and Mr. Shelby, Mr. Shelby recognized the letter and the request, and the legal department recommended I recuse myself. I gracefully declined.
All right. For the record, I cannot make Mr. Dingfelder recuse himself. He's his own person as his counsel. but this council can make decisions and will make the decision necessary to move forward. So with that being said, Mr. Shelby, do you have any further comments before I proceed?
Pardon me?
Do you have any further comments in this situation before I proceed?
No, I did make that letter, as I said, available to the clerk's office. I don't know whether it has been uploaded, but for the purposes of the record, if council would make a motion to receive and file that.
Motion to receive and file?
Second.
It's called it. Maniscalco second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion granted is filed. Mr. McLean, you may proceed, sir.
Yes, sir. We have met all the criteria as requested by the city. We revised the site plans as was requested. We've submitted them, and we respectfully request your approval.
Any questions, Mr. McLean? Any questions? All right, anyone speak on this item? Anyone ready to speak on this item?
Yes, we have Ms. Jean Strohmeyer. She just needs to unmute herself and turn on her video.
All right, Ms. Strohmeyer? Ms. Strohmeyer, are you there? All right. All right, need to be sworn in.
Ms. Strohmeyer, please unmute yourself. We cannot hear you.
Here.
Thank you.
Hello.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I was looking at this and I was assuming there was, I'm not sure what was going on here, and I apologize because I just totally ran out of time this week. But it looks like this does not fit the neighborhood. From what I see, it does not, it's just inconsistent with the neighborhood. That's all I have to say, is that it is changing the dynamics of the neighborhood, and I just don't think it's right. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go back to the applicants. We have no other registered speakers. We'll go back to the applicant.
Yes, sir. This proposal was found to be consistent. We met with the neighborhood association, with the neighbors in the immediate proximity, discussed it with them. We met their criteria regarding setbacks, and that's why this was coming forward. So I'm not aware of any objections to this from any of the neighbors in the immediate area.
All right, any questions of the applicant? I move to close.
Second.
Maniscalco, Miranda second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Okay, yes, Mr. Dingfelder?
I'll be glad to make the motion. Okay. All right. I'll move the following ordinance for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3228 West O'Keller Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
In a second. Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Miranda,
Unknown, yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, council.
All right.
Chair, we did skip over number 62 if you want to go.
All right, 62. All right. Take care of that business there. All right, item number 62. Mr. Pete, how you doing, sir?
Afternoon, council. Afternoon, chair. Item 62 is related to a hearing for streetlight assessment on Spanish Main Street between the cul-de-sac and O'Brien Street. We're available for any questions if needed and supported by legal.
Yeah, and Council Patrick Perez, Assistant City Attorney. Just for the record, this is the first of what will be 2 hearings. This resolution is to adopt the city's intent to use the non-ad valorem assessment to collect streetlights, and if passed, there would be a second hearing in August, around August, for the tax rolls to adopt the actual special assessment. I do know that the applicant was here this morning, Nick and Stephanie Hand. I'm not sure if they were still on this afternoon, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we see if anybody's here. Anybody have any questions for staff? We'll see if somebody's on the second floor. Anybody on the second floor about this item?
Anyone here for 62?
62.
online here for 62.
All right, thank you, sir.
Anybody online?
No one is registered.
Move to close.
Mr.
Oh, excuse me, you can't close. I move the resolution.
Mr. Maniscalco, Mr. Miranda has moved it. Mr. Maniscalco has seconded it. Roll call vote.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Vieira? Citro?
Yes.
And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, Mr. Dingfelder, we didn't get to 5 and 6 where I was gone. So we
Correct.
get to 5 and 6, okay? Item number 5. All right, we close.
Second.
Close.
Motion to close.
All right, Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Item number 5.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman and Council. LaShawn Dock here with City Planning. And if I may share my screen, please.
Hadn't seen Ms. Dock in a long time. Stranger.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. And Council, I'm here before you this afternoon to present to you item number 5. This is regarding text amendment cycles. Can you see my screen?
We can.
The PowerPoint? Okay, thank you so
Mr.
much.
Chair, just as a matter of point of order, LaShawn, I just want to say, in my opinion, we're all pretty familiar with this, so we give us the quick version, if that's okay with Mr. Chairman.
Okay, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. And with the request that is before you, this is a part of the July 2021 amendment cycle, and this actually started in January. And what we are proposing today for you is the language that would run and be effective for January 2022 cycle. And we had the challenges with the current process of processing text amendments, and this is the reason for the language which is before you today. And we are proposing to have publicly initiated amendments only processed, maintaining the twice-a-year processing timeframe. This is the typical processing schedule for the text amendments, which is provided, just to give an idea on the timing. And our goals are to simplify the process. We would still maintain, as I mentioned, the twice-a-year processing of the amendments, and we would process only publicly initiated amendments, still allowing opportunity for mid-cycle amendments throughout the year. And this next slide is actually the actual proposed language. We are proposing to amend 3 sections of the code. This is the first section, 27-147. I provided on the left the actual code language, and then the changes are provided on the right. The underlying language is the language proposed to add to the code section, and the strike-through language is the language which would be removed from the code. The next section is section 27-148. This is the procedure for amendment of applications. This is the current code as it exists. And on the next slide, this is our proposed changes with this section of the code. That section of the code referenced specifically privately initiated amendments, so we're proposing to remove that section, and that would apply, this section 27-148 would apply to area and parcel rezonings. And what we did was renumber everything else in that same section 27-148, and this is what you see before you, in addition to making some edits and clarifications on how applications are placed and set for council agenda for public hearing. And this is a continuation of the language on 27-148 and the changes proposed. And then the last section is 27-151. This is the comprehensive review of the Land Development Code, and this is the code as it exists today. And these are the proposed code changes. And we're adding in the requirements and the allowance for the additional text amendments allowed in between cycles. And then this just reviews just the public outreach really quickly. We held the public information meeting on September 13th, and this was our outreach efforts that were that we completed to notify the public of the meeting. And then, as I mentioned earlier, and just to review, this becomes effective with the July cycle. So the final cycle for privately initiated amendments would be January. January 15th would be the deadline for submittal. And this is the processing schedule. This is processed through the same schedule as any other text amendment. And just to point out, the Planning Commission heard this item on November 8th. They voted unanimously with a recommendation of a consistent finding, and they found it consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And what is before you today, Council, is for first reading and consideration. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Stock? Ms. Dingfelder, you recognize?
Thank you. Not exactly a question, Mr. Chairman. More of a comment. First, I want to give a shout out to Ms. Dock, Ms. Feely, and Carol Post for working hard on this and for being amenable to what I think is a good solution. And second, I just wanted to speak to the public in regard to text amendments generally. So what council is saying, if we approve this today, is we're not saying the code is perfect. We're not saying that the plan is perfect. There's always opportunity, and we will always be amending it as the situation arises. But the way that amendments will occur from now on, if this passes, is that the public, any member of the public, whether or not it's the development community or the neighborhoods or whoever, can come to council, they can come to staff, they can come to the mayor, and they can ask any of us, either branches of this government, to initiate those amendments if we see fit. So I just wanted to clarify, we're not closing the door to text amendments, but we are just changing the process in that regard. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? All right, who can move this out? Well, Mr. Dingfelder, you jumped the gun. So Mr. Carlson, move this for us, sir?
You did as
Yes,
it
sir.
did. Number 5, right? File number E2021-8 CH27, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, relating to publicly initiated text amendments, making revisions to the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 27, Zoning and Land Development, amending Section 27-147, amendment initiation, amending Section 27-148, procedure for amendment application, amending Section 27-151, comprehensive review of land development code, providing for appeal of all ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing effective date.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call, please.
Vieira.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
All right, item number
Thank
6.
you, Council.
Thank you. Item number 6.
That's Susan's.
Councilman Velez. Okay.
Mr. Chair, Velez, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Item number 6 is an ordinance amending a previously approved ordinance that approved a plan development. It's the correct description of error by substituting a new site plan, and the error was that the site plan, the depiction of the property on the site plan did not match the legal description on the site plan or in the ordinance, the original ordinance. And so this ordinance would substitute the site plan with the correct depiction of the property that matches the site plan on the ordinance and the legal description on the site plan. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Velez? All right, can I get someone to move it?
So move.
Mr. Miranda has moved it. Mr. Maniscalco has seconded it.
We
Roll
need the
call.
ordinance, right?
We need to read it.
I'm sorry.
Charlie.
Charlie, I'm sorry.
Item number 6, file number REZ 19-94, an ordinance being presented for first reading. An ordinance amending ordinance number 2020-132, passed and ordained by the City Council of the City of Tampa on November 5th, 2020, correcting Scribner's error by substituting a new site plan for the previously approved site plan to reflect an accurate depiction of the real property consistent with the legal description on the plan in the ordinance 2020-132, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Maniscalco has seconded. Roll call.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson. Maniscalco. Yes. Vieira. Yes. And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. All right, we'll get to these hearings now. Item number 72.
Good afternoon, City Council. Ron Wigington, Legal Department. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Item number 72 is an application to vacate an alleyway in East Tampa. So factors to consider include in this application, but are not limited to, whether it would alleviate or relieve the public from the cost of maintaining the right-of-way, which is no longer used for or used by only a very few members of the public, whether it will alleviate a public nuisance such as dumping or curtail criminal activity, whether it will foster redevelopment of the abutting properties, and whether the abutting properties owners' access to the property will be completely cut off. Mr. Ross Salmons is here and to provide a presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions council may have.
All right, Ross? You
Yeah,
be sworn in,
I'd like
please?
to ask to share my screen, please.
Ross, you be sworn in?
You need to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Ross Salmons, Development Coordination, presenting VAC 21-14. And it's a proposal to vacate an unapproved alley lying south of 20th Avenue, north of 19th Avenue, and west of North Banza Street and east of 21st Street. The applicant owns property east side of the alley. The applicant's reason for application is the alley is currently unused and not maintained. The neighboring residents are in favor of vacating in the area as it will be more beneficial to the residents and will be able to maintain the area, keeping the alley well manicured and in a more aesthetic condition, benefiting the owners in the neighborhood overall. Currently, there is an existing code violation for the fencing in the right-of-way. The existing right-of-way is 1,900 square feet. The alley is unimproved grass, does not show any apparent use by abutting owners. No utilities utilize this alley and no easement reservations are required. The alley continues both north and south of the subject alley, but it's blocked north of 20th Avenue and appears in use on south of 19th Avenue to access the north parcel, and then appears to be unused beyond the first lot south of 19th Avenue. Here's a map view of the applicant's property, and in red and yellow is the proposed vacating alleyway. This is an internal atlas map showing previously vacated alleys in the area that are hatched, and the proposed vacating is in pink. Again, Banza subdivision. The alley looking south of 20th Avenue. Here's the alleyway looking north of 19th Avenue. A continuation of the alley north of 20th Avenue that is not to be vacated. Continuation of the alleyway south of 19th Avenue, not to be vacated. And the applicant's property. Staff have no objections to vacating requests based on responses received by reviewing agencies. If the vacating request is approved by council, no easement reservations are required. I'm available if you have any questions.
Ross, put the map back up that shows the south and the north with the petition in the middle. All right, and just show me again the three photos. I don't think a car can go down that alley looking at the middle.
Correct. This is the actual alleyway request to be vacated, and that's looking south of 20th Avenue and north of 19th. So again, that would be here.
All right, I have no,
South of 20th, north
I have
of
no
19th.
further questions. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Simmons? All right, we'll hear from the applicant then. You have the applicant up or on the second floor? Okay.
I have Jennifer Garberdin. Oh, you have someone up.
Are you the applicant, sir?
Yes, my name is Toby Tate. I am one of the abutting property owners at 2918 North 21st Street, and I'm also the applicant petitioner.
Okay, were you sworn in down there? They want to swear you in, sir?
I was not.
Okay, we're going to swear you in now.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
You may proceed, sir.
Yeah, as the gentleman preceding me noted, it's overgrown. There's really very little utility for it. It's unmanicured. It's a sight for sore eyes. It's untraversable. You wouldn't be able to walk through the alleyway as it stands. So we would like to be granted the opportunity to take it into our own hands and to manicure it properly and to make it look a little bit more civilized and up to snuff.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? All right. Is there anyone else on the second floor to speak on this item, item number 72?
There's no one else to speak on 72.
Thank you, sir. Anyone registered for 72?
Yes, we have a Shannon Ely. Shannon, if you could unmute yourself and turn on your video.
I've unmuted myself. I'm looking at the video.
Can you turn your video on?
Okay.
All right. She needs to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shannon Ely. I live at 2917 Banza, and my property backs up to the alley in question. I'm thrilled that we are to this point because I repeatedly called the city to clean out the alley, and I was told that it has been abandoned and they will not take care of it anymore. And so I'm in support of vacating the alley. This will expand our small lots and allow owners to maintain and fence, if they would like, the area that is subject to dumping. Vacating the alley helps eliminate the eyesore of the abandoned, overgrown alleys used as illegal dumping sites and no longer maintained by the city. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. We have anyone else? All right.
How to do?
All right. Move close.
So moved.
Mr. Miranda has moved it. Ms. Maniscalco has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Citro, item 72.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number BAC 21-14. An ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a right-of-way alley located south of East 20th Avenue, north of East 19th Avenue, west of North 21st Street, and east of Banza Street, within the plat of Banza.
Banza.
Do you want it in Italian or do you want to Americanize it?
Banza, it's like spaghetti with meatballs together.
As I was saying, Banza. A subdivision in south of the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement reservations, covenants, conditions, restrictions, and more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date.
Second, Mr. Miranda, roll call.
Carlson?
No.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira? Yes. Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Grazie, Signor Chair.
Thank you.
Item number 73. Here she comes.
Good afternoon, Council. I think Ms. Pettis-Mackel is going to speak first.
Yes.
Yes, she is.
If you want to address it.
She's going to
Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. With regard to item 73, I'd like for the record to state that a letter has been received by the attorney representing Mr. Michelini, that it has been given to the clerk, and it has been copied to Councilmember Dingfelder as well. It will be part of the record. I believe it has been provided to the clerk, and it will be uploaded. But on that basis, Council, I would ask that you receive and file it.
Mr. Dingfelder, are you,
No objection to receiving and filing.
Motion, please.
motion received and filed? Mr. Dingfelder's moved it, Mr. Maniscalco second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
And again, for the record, Mr. Shelby, this is the first time I think we're hearing this matter. I have no bias toward anybody participating. I've known Mr. Accardi and his family and brother for many, many years. Fine people. And the petitioner's representative I've known for many, many years, and I have no bias whatsoever. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I need to state again for the record that we've requested Mr. Dingfelder to recuse himself in order to ensure a fair and impartial hearing, and that we reiterate that request for the record.
All right, duly noted, sir. Mr. Dingfelder has been asked. He's already said what he's going to do, so we will proceed, sir.
May I
Item
proceed?
73. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and just Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office, and just to renew what Ms. Wells stated regarding the request for Mr. Dingfelder to recuse himself. I'll just repeat that just for the record.
I think it's already been noted by
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Shelby's already noted that, correct?
I find it uncomfortable that we're discussing issues related to individual council members and not the body as a whole. And I would be curious to know the base. I have no knowledge of the letter. I haven't seen it yet, but I would like. It would be interesting to know the basis of the argument. This petitioner is a different petitioner than I think the one that the letter is in regard to, and I don't understand why the legal department would take a position like that.
Mr.
Wait,
point of order, because this is a lawsuit about me. So I would prefer, Mr. Carlson, if you could have that conversation offline. I'd just rather counsel not regurgitate the allegations of the lawsuit, which frankly I find totally unfounded, but I don't want to go there today. We got a short amount of time, and the letter's in the file. And
I'll say this, and I'll end. I think the city attorney's recommendation is a dangerous precedent, and I think they ought to reconsider it, and we ought to have a longer discussion another time about that.
And I appreciate that, Bill. You know.
For the record, I did have a conversation with Mr. Shelby and the city attorney. They did state their position. I don't know if they met with all council members, but if that's the request of this council, then I think Mr. Shelby needs to have set appointments or the legal department meet with each council member so they can understand what is going on, and then make sure every council member understands why they've taken whatever position they've taken.
But at some point, the public also has a right to know if an architect involved in a case or a traffic consultant involved in a case is connected to another case where there's litigation with a different applicant. Why would one of us have to recuse ourselves? It's ridiculous. But it has no bearing on this case, and I don't understand why we're having this conversation at the time.
I agree. I hear what you're saying, but our legal department, I guess who speaks for the city, has made a recommendation, so we can relook at that. You can ask questions about that. If they bring me back something different, we'll move. But this is what the legal department has stated to me. Mr. Dingfelder?
Thank you. And Mr. Carlson, I appreciate those comments. The bottom line is anybody who's watching, Mr. Michelini has decided to file a lawsuit against me. Those allegations will be dealt with in court. And like I said earlier, Bill, I agree with you 100%. His client, Mr. Accardi, I have no bias whatsoever against either him or Mr. Michelini. Everybody has a right to file a lawsuit, and that's what he's done. So.
All right, we're going to move on, Mr. Shelby. Then we're going to move on.
And not to take up any time, but I just want to make this clear for the record. The letters that are being referred to they were received at about 4:30 yesterday afternoon, 3 letters relating to 3 different cases with 3 different file numbers, And each record, of course, stands on its own file, and those were filed. I was the address, the person who was addressed to. They were copied to the legal department and to other people and to the clerk's office. And I acknowledged the letter this morning and informed them that it would be made part of the record. So I just wanted to be clear on that. And that, again, is available in the public record.
All right, Ms. Grimes has jumped on, so I figure she has something to say. Ms. Grimes?
Yes, I'm not really sure why this issue is resurfacing right now. I don't think this is the best forum to discuss it, but
I agree.
as you open it up, I just want to let you know, Mr. Carlson, that when this issue first came up about recusal, that Mr. Felder asked me to do some research on the subject, which I did. And he also said he was going to ask his own private legal counsel as to whether or not he would be obligated to recuse himself. And that was on a Wednesday evening. The vote was scheduled for the next day. The next morning, many members of our staff conducted legal research. We met with Mr. Dingfelder late in the afternoon, and we reviewed with him what the legal standard was for this type situation and his obligation to recuse himself. And on that particular evening, while he disagreed with what the case law said, he acknowledged that the case law did in fact require him in this situation to recuse himself. And since then, Mr. Dingfelder sometimes has recused himself and sometimes has not. So I don't think there is an issue with the legal research and the legal standard and the legal advice. I'm more than willing, as I always am, to hear the opposite legal position if somebody wants to present cases or arguments and say that in this situation he's not legally required to recuse himself, then I'm happy to consider.
Ms. Carlson?
Is it the opinion of the city attorney that in a case where there are two different applicants and a consultant to one applicant files a lawsuit, that if the same consultant works on the other case, that one of us has to recuse ourselves? And I mentioned the example, what happens if a traffic consultant is working on two cases, and in one case the person has litigation? Or is it the legal department's opinion that we have a bias because a consultant is working on a case with a different applicant? This is an entirely different applicant.
Collegial environment, as you pointed out previously, Mr. Carlson, in a collegial environment, these kinds of discussions would take place offline. And I really think that's the best thing to do.
All right, gentlemen, she's gonna deal with it offline with council members who want to discuss it. We do need to move on.
I'd like the last word.
I'll give you the last word, Ms. Dingfelder, we gotta move on.
Thank you. Ms. Grimes, I'm not gonna, Gina, where'd you go, Gina? Anyway, I'm not gonna get into what our discussions were the evening before that one particular vote. That was the only time that I chose to abstain, was the next day. I did it very hesitantly, and I did it solely on the basis of the legal advice that you had provided. I'm not going to get into what my conversations are with my own attorney. Obviously, that's my own attorney-client privilege. I started off the 10 minutes ago just saying I'd rather not have any of this discussion. But as I told Ms. Wells earlier, I appreciate your legal advice. I appreciate your team. I appreciate Mr. Shelby. But at the end of the day, I believe it's my decision. So, thank you.
All right. With that being said, I wish we got into those weeds right now. We're going to move on. If any other councilman has any issue to deal with this matter, we can deal with Mr. Shelby and Ms. Grimes to discuss it. Ms. Kamara?
I don't even know what they're talking about, so you know what? I guess I really can be non-biased, because I'm to the point now that I may walk out. I don't know what's going on, and I don't care to know what's going on. And yes, have I seen Mr. Dingfelder walk out without voting? Yes. So what? I don't know why or where. Did I know that there's something? I'm not as dumb as I look. Yes. So I don't know what's going on. So I'm just going to sit here and watch, and I'm certainly not going to challenge Mr. Dingfelder's attorney, the city council attorney, or the city attorney on the recommendation. They do at the fact of what they have presented in front of them at the time it was presented. And things change. You may go see a doctor and you say you're going to live a long time and you die walking out of the office. That's just life. That's how it happens. So what I'm saying is that this year, and not that the doctor was wrong, but you got the news that you're going to live and you died because you got nervous. So what I'm saying here is that I'd rather be this way, and I'm just speaking for myself. I just ask, whatever they tell me to do, I'm going to do. You know why? That way I'm not part to any litigation. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
May I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of City Council and Mr. Chair. Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. This item number 73, is before you on a petition to review filed by Gabriella Accardi, the applicant of the Special Use 1 request for the property located at 223 North 12th Street. The applicant is seeking review of the zoning administrator's decision denying the annual vendor permit use, which was requested relief from sections 27-132 and 27-129. Earlier, council was provided a copy of the hearing procedures for today's review hearing, as well as sample motions and the relevant code sections. For purposes of today's hearing, item number 73, for City Council, you will apply a de novo standard of review, which means your decision is not limited to the record created by the zoning administrator. Instead, you can take public testimony, accept new evidence, and make a decision based upon the application meeting the criteria as set forth in sections 27-132 and 27-129. Mr. Eric Cotton will provide an overview of the relief requested in the application and the basis for the city's decision denying the annual vendor permit. After considering all of the evidence introduced into the record of today's hearing, City Council may uphold the zoning administrator's decision and thereby deny the Special Use 1 application, or City Council may overturn the zoning administrator's decision and thereby approve the application for the Special Use 1 application. With that, I will turn the presentation over to Mr. Cotton, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Martin? All right, Mr. Cotton, sworn in?
Just right, you to get sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. May I share my screen, please? All the quick PowerPoint, because I doubt it's getting late in the day. So again, as following up on what Ms. Pettis-Mackel indicated, this is VEN 21115 for a property at 223 North 12th Street. The property is zoned CD1, which is located in the Channel District, and the proposed special use was an annual vendor permit. The request was denied, and since between the denial and the submittal for the petition review, the applicant did clarify some issues, but the original denial was 12th Street does not allow annual vendors. The proposed vendor location, they were asking for unlimited square footage. They have since revised it. Now it's two vendor spots at 240 square feet each. They were also asking to be open 24 hours a day or have the availability for 24 hours a day. And they didn't specify the types of products that were being proposed to be sold. This is a location. This is the highlighted in orange. It's at Channel Side and Kennedy. This is 12th Street. It's addressed off of this property. As you can see, it's been surrounded by residential development over the last couple of years. And just some quick pictures of this is this proposed site plan. They're proposing, this is 12th Street, this is Channel Side. They're proposing to place them closer to the Channel Side right of way. And this is just a photo of the subject property. The day I was out there, there's an existing Marathon gas station. Again, there's some high rises. This is the Port Authority across the street, and it's a couple of high-rise buildings. Again, additional some more photos. This is from the property looking south. And does council have any questions for me?
Any questions, Mr. Cotton? Mr. Dingfelder?
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. So it looks like some of your questions got answered or clarified, but you still had some outstanding issues in regard to what, hours of operation and types of product?
Correct. So under 27-132, they're allowed to, 12th Street is not an allowed use or not a permitted use. They would have to ask council for that permission to be located there. That was the primary reason for the denial. They have revised their plans. Now they're proposing 2 locations underneath the allowed 600 square feet. They do want to be at 24 hours a day. They did not specify in their application what would be sold there by the vendor.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Do we have the applicant?
Yes, sir. Steve Michelini, representing Jason Accardi and their family interest in this property. On our application, we specified that the vendors were proposing to sell food, prepackaged food products, merchandise, and services as typical products that were going to be sold. Let me just go through the criteria for you real quick. This is a vendor location that's being requested out of convenience for patrons that are within the area, pedestrians as well as drive-by. The property would be used on a regular and continual basis, and it would...
Mr. Lincoln, excuse me, when you keep saying a vendor location, what are we saying? It's gonna be, it's a flea market?
No,
Is it a
sir.
Pop-up, I mean, a pop-up hot dogs, or, I mean, tell me when you say a vendor location, I'm not understanding.
These are typical food trucks.
Okay, food trucks.
Food trucks and vendor trucks for merchandise.
Okay, so we're saying the
This-
property allows for food trucks to congregate on that property, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
You're recognized.
So, Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Just for clarification purposes, and Mr. Cotton can provide further information, but with the clarification from the applicant that he will have food trucks, that will result in a different process because the city is prohibited from regulating or requiring permits for food trucks based upon the updated legislative session. So if Mr. Cotton can provide some additional information regarding that.
Mr. Cotton?
Yes, ma'am, Eric Cotton. I got myself back on the screen.
Thank you, Steve.
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. Yes, the state preempted local governments from requiring any additional permits for food trucks. That was done in I believe the 2020 legislative session. So as a result, the only regulations, they're not required to get a new special use permit or a new vendor permit. They are required, however, to abide by the requirements of 27-132. We're processing a code amendment. Hopefully it'll be the January cycle to specifically address the food truck issue. But as of right now, if their goal is to have food trucks as defined by the state as a mobile food dispensing vehicle, the city's preempted from actually requiring them to get additional permit. They would just have to abide by the code. Now, if Mr. Accardi is requesting to have other types of vendors there, besides food trucks or defined as mobile food dispensing vehicles, then this is the process he'd be going through.
Mr. Trout?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To that point, can this be set in writing that that is all that is going to be there are food trucks, as opposed to any other type of vendor?
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. If you're asking for if there's a condition or a limitation on
Yes,
what...
ma'am.
Okay, according to the applicant, they're not asking for a limitation. They want to be able to do food trucks and sell other merchandise. That's what they're here for.
I heard our chair say, when you say vendor, what are you talking about? And the applicant specifically said food trucks.
But also, and I'm sorry, he also clarified that he wanted to also sell other merchandise.
I'm finished here. Thank you.
Yes, counsel, just to clarify this, food trucks is one of the commodities. The other merchandise, I'm not sure, maybe Attorney Mackel can clarify this, if whether or not other merchandise is excluded from that, or is it included as being exempted from city regulations?
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. According to the application that was presented for the petition for review, the applicant has specifically stated not only food trucks, but other merchandise. And because of that general request, Mr. Cotton denied the request for the special use because there was nothing defined specifically identifying what products would be sold out of will be sold and for the purpose of this special use permit. Because it wasn't clarified, and according to what Mr. Michelini is still verifying, they still want to be able to sell not only food, but also other merchandise. But
we still need to know what that other merchandise is, basically.
There's no clarification.
Council, I think that the difficulty here is that they, in the course of seasonal sales, for like the Lightning and the Buccaneers and things like that, they have T-shirts and merchandises related to those sports teams and the Rays too, for that matter. And it wasn't clear on the Accardi side of whether or not that was going to be allowed or prohibited. So we included that as merchandise, but the predominant purpose here is food trucks with either prepackaged or prepared on-site foods.
Mr. Cross, that's you. I saw Mr. Cross in hand first, sir.
With that clarification, if his primary, there's a different process for food trucks. And this is, as Mr. Cotton stated, this is not the process to address their request to have food trucks. This is not the process.
Mr. Cross?
Mr. Cardy,
Yes.
could I ask, maybe I'm going to jump ahead to what you were going to say, but there are companies that now take over empty lots and manage them, and they have all different kinds of services from COVID testing to food trucks to merchandise sales and other things. And legal can stop me if I'm not allowed to ask this, but is this one of those proposed things where I know you own a lot of land, are you looking just to activate a lot and like outsource management of it, or?
Yeah, do I need to be sworn in?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Councilman, absolutely. I mean, as an example, COVID testing, if we wanted to actually put a modular unit on this 12th Street property or the other petition we have later today, we would actually have to go through a whole process to get it permitted and all that. And I'm not sure if you were aware, several years ago, we went through this process on 2 or 3 other blocks in downtown Tampa in the CBD district as well. Mr. Michelini handled that, and we got it approved as well with these conditions. The unfortunate thing today is I can't tell you if it's going to be that COVID truck, if it's going to be a container that sells hot dogs, as the other council member mentioned. We just don't know, and it could change. So we're very open to just limit what we do there. It's not our goal just to put anybody there, but our goal is to work with the city to make sure that they have their licensing and their permitting and anything required if they sell food, et cetera. As Steve mentioned, when Super Bowl was here, if they were licensed properly and they were properly allowed in the clean zones and other things, we had a really hard time getting things permitted and through the process and lack of staff. So again, our goal is to try to identify councilmen areas that we think that would be good areas, low impact, that we can have additional services provided to residents and visitors and people in the downtown core to make it a better live, work, and play atmosphere. And we've identified these 2 different properties. I know we're talking about 12th Street. And I would tell you that we've limited the size and the location. And when Eric Cotton and his team asked what we're going to put there, we took the same requirements and the same recommendations and that we did 2 years ago and just gave it to them again, which was passed a few years ago.
Could I ask legal a question, just to follow up?
I'll let him finish up. You were next, and then Mr.
Is this a permanent thing or an annual thing? And then are there regulations about aesthetics or health or anything like that?
So we didn't affect anything under the current code. So we just asked for a few modifications of the current city code, which was we'd like to have the option to be open 24 hours. So if a vendor comes to us and they want that option, we ask for that option. The other thing we asked for, if it's a 20 by 10 spot, we ask for a 24 by 10. I think we have somewhere here.
We have it.
Yeah.
One of the things, Councilman, that we were not waiving or asking for any exceptions to was the 5 classification criteria that the city has on file. We were very specific about the waivers we were requesting that were exceptions of those. But we're still required to keep the site clean, still has to have solid waste pickup,
They still have to be licensed, they still have to pull a permit, they have to do the F&B with the solid waste department. I mean, there's requirements, and we work very close with the Downtown Partnership as well, and related to vendors. I mean, I know they just started a program up at the park there a few months ago that got passed. We just want to make it an opportunity for, someone in the general public to be able to rent, instead of just renting 2 parking spaces from us, an area to put something that could be a good public use. In addition to that, last council was very excited. The one property we have on Kennedy that we've had the mini donut vendor, and the other one, County Corner, I don't remember the name of them. One of the council members said, I wish we could make the whole lot a vendor market, or a vendor area. So, I hope that answered your question, Councilman.
Mr. Dingfelder and Mr. Citro.
Just could I just get the legal answer? Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
so
Curry.
Kamaria Pettis-Malcolm from the City Attorney's Office. Councilman Carlson, just for the record, there is a time limit. It's not permanent. It is an annual vendor permit according to Code Section 27132 that I provided. Vendors in compliance with the above requirements may be approved for a 1-year period. The zoning administrator may grant an annual extension with continued compliance with the standards above. So it's only on an annual basis.
And my second part of it was any safeguards for the public about Mr. Cardy and his brother, respectable people. But let's say that somebody goes in another situation like this, somebody goes in and builds facilities that aren't aesthetically pleasing and maybe don't meet health standards and don't pick up the garbage. What fallback does the city have in a situation?
So on general standards on in Code Section 27129 provides the general standards in which the applicant must abide by, and those are ingress and egress, off-street parking, loading, refuse and service areas, lighting, utilities, drainage, control of potentially adverse effects generally. But Mr. Cotton is also on the line if you are asking for particular conditions that you. That's
great. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Dingfelder, then Mr. Citro.
Thank you. Mr. Cotton, one thing you said jumped out at me, but I didn't understand the basis. Can we see Mr. Cotton? Where is he?
Am I on? I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Eric. I think at the very beginning of the hearing, you said that no matter what they want to do there, it wouldn't, under the current code or what have you, it wouldn't be allowed at this 12th Street location. Am I quoting you correctly?
Yes, sir.
And
under annual vendors, they cannot operate from that location per code. That's one of the reasons for the denial.
Okay, and is that because channel side, some sort of overlay district? What is that?
Just section 27132 lists out where annual vendors are allowed and the specific streets they're allowed on.
Okay, so.
And in the use table, vendors are not allowed. So therefore, what has happened in the past, which Mr. Riccardi and Mr. Michelini had alluded to, across the street from City Hall, east of City Hall and north of City Hall, there's 2 vendor locations, there's 2 717 parking lots where the Riccardis have set up, I believe, food vendors. The issue with this is if they just want to have vendors, like they mentioned, lightning people for the end of the game, after lightning are over with, 10 o'clock at night, people are walking back to their condos, they want to pick up a lightning t-shirt, they would be able to operate and sell from there. The issue has come up is because the state has preempted the city from regulating mobile food trucks, vendors, as defined by a mobile food dispensing vehicle is the way the state defines it. They're in that position of you have to abide by 27132, the hours which are dawn to dusk. There's no way of getting around that requirement. What they're asking for is just a blank. If somebody sets up and they're not defined by that by the state, you all have seen, I'm sure, the barbecue guys that are on the side of the road selling barbecue. They're not a mobile food dispensing vehicle. Those individuals are not bound by that preemption. They would still have to come in and get a vendor permit by the city. It's a weird thing, the way the state regulated what they regulated.
Yeah, I'm looking
So,
at this,
I mean-
I'm looking at the very short preemption statute, and it doesn't go into great detail. But Ms. Pettis-Mackle, one last question to you, is if this location is a location that it doesn't allow it, do we have any discretion in allowing it at a location? Because frankly, I don't personally see any harm in what's been described by Mr. Cardy and Mr. Michelini, but you need to give us guidance if we have any discretion to allow it at this location.
That's what they're, respectfully, that's why they're here for city council, to see if city council will waive that provision. The code does not allow for a vendor to be at that location. The code does not allow that. That's why they're in front of city council, for city council to waive that provision.
So, but you're saying we do have the discretion to waive that provision at that location?
And Mr. Cotton, you can clarify, but that's why they're here. That's why this special use application was denied,
Right.
because staff, it did not meet the code provisions, the code requirements. That's why they're here asking relief from code section 27-132 and 129,
Right.
because they did not
Usually-
meet the code standards.
Usually when we're asked for relief, as you know, we're asked for relief about conditions, not about a location, per se.
Well,
But
I understand the distinction, but these are specific standards that they don't meet based upon the code, and that's why this applicant is before you.
including, okay, all right, so you're telling us we can proceed?
Yes.
But just to clarify, council, that the staff doesn't have the authority to waive these provisions that we're requesting relief from, and that's why, as Attorney Pettis-Mackle is referring to, we had to appeal to City Council for relief. None of our current locations have ever received a citation. They've all been found to be in compliance. We require any vendor to have the appropriate state food and beverage license, the mobile vendor license, and they're also checked by the Acardis themselves to make sure they're in compliance. And they're the Acardis are the ones who require, in addition to the city, but they're the ones that they go to extra standards to make sure that they're well kept and they're attractive in their appearance. Let me just go through a couple of these general requirements. The placement of the vendor shall not interfere with parking cars, loading, unloading spaces, or vehicular access for the principal use. The vendor may not block or damage or interfere with required landscaping, buffers, stormwater improvements. And I'm reading directly from the city code now. This is 27-132 that the attorney referred to. The vendor must meet all other applicable city code standards. The vendor shall only sell goods that are legally permitted. And we go to great lengths to make sure that if they have products that they are properly licensed and that they have the ability to sell them. They'll only be located on parcels that are permitted if the zoning allows this. They have to provide a sworn statement that the property owner has permission to use that. They have to have insurance and indemnification and hold the property has to be insured for patrons as well as for anyone that might come onto the property. If there are bathroom facilities, they have to be allowed to be used. They may not violate any state, local, or federal regulations, and that understand the regulations, the vendors be held responsible along with the property owner. And the property owner shall state that the property shall be continually maintained in a neat, clean, and orderly manner. And I can assure you that code enforcement regularly visits these locations to ensure that they're in compliance. I did receive a few phone calls regarding this particular location, and every one of them was very positive. They were looking forward to activity being created on the site, and they also were looking forward to having something there that was conducive and helpful to the neighbors and to the pedestrians walking around there. As the attorneys have told you, the City Council has the right and the ability to waive these conditions that we've asked for waivers on, but we plan to run a neat and orderly location here, and we would respectfully request your approval.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Cardy, Mr. Michelini, I fear I've opened a can of worms that really wasn't meant to. I just wanted to clarify things. First of all, to Councilman Carlton's point, there is a new trend for surface parking lots when not in use, especially during holidays, after hours and things. There are young entrepreneurs that are going in and having small restaurants and having vending, and that, which is a great idea. Mr. Cardy, to your point, months and months ago, Mr. Michelini came to us asking for the same type of thing, and my question then was, is it going to be food trucks, or is it going to be CBD people? Is it going to be, people selling things, or is it going to be bong pipe sales? I just wanted to make sure that it was going to be something that would look good in these areas. Excuse me. So the reason why I ask those questions is just for my own clarity and to make sure that the public that's watching, making sure that we're not going to have many flea markets in these parking lots. I know you, I know your brother, I know your family. You would not let this happen, but I just did not, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to happen, that these type of things would be going with other type of parking lots. One last question from me. Is this one of the family's surface parking lots, or is this a parking lot that's adjacent to a business?
No, it's owned by my family.
But is it a business parking lot, or is it one of the family's surface parking lots?
It's adjacent to our building on 12th Street, so we own the parking lot in the building.
The gas station.
There's a gas station next to us.
Can I finish, please?
Helping.
So is it a business parking lot, or is it one of your surface parking lots?
Well, we have paid parking there, and it's operated by our parent company, Sub 17 Parking. And the building is just catty corner to that we own as well.
Mr. Cardy, thank you for my line of questioning. I do appreciate it. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
My question is, you say you talk to people. Mr. Carter, Mr. Mascow, is this any type of CRA conditions down there, or kind of overlay down there with these type of parking lots? Because have we talked as a CAC know about this at all?
Are you speaking to me? I'm
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
Ms. Okay, Kamari Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. I don't know if Mr. Cotton received any public comment during the initial application phase. I don't know if someone's on the second floor to speak on behalf of this item. I'm not sure. I can't.
Mr. Cotton, did we get anything, that relates to the CAC, the CRA in that area? Because I know that's a CRA zone, and they got certain rules sometimes, certain situations done.
No, sir. Staff received no communication from the public on these requests.
Okay.
Councilman,
who's that, Mr. Massey? We can't hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Real quickly, yeah, I mean, this is a zoning issue. It's not a CRA issue. So the CAC would not be involved in this type of consideration of this item. Councilman, just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was an overlay. I didn't know certain, that's what I was asking, were there any conditions down there with that channel district, so.
Well, Mr. Chair, you could certainly.
This is a zoning issue. It's not the CRA does not get involved.
But sir, you can apply conditions according to 27-130. If council members would like to apply conditions, you have the authority to apply those conditions according to 27-130.
Any other questions for the applicant?
And if I can, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just a reminder, council, the applicable codes have been provided to you by Ms. Pettis-Mackle, so you have those in front of you as well.
Mr. Renner, I see your hand, sir?
No, I mean, I don't, have they talked to neighborhood associations? I don't know, now it's a zoning issue.
Right, that's what I'm asking, that's what I'm saying.
Well, council, if I could address that, we notified everybody within the 250-foot radius, and the only responses that I got, and that included the registered homeowner associations and affected organizations, and I don't have the list in front of me, but I'm sure that the Downtown Partnership was notified, as well as the Channelside District. They're listed on there. You have to notify them. And the only calls that I got were involving that they wanted to see some activity there. It was, it's a parking lot, and they thought that the pedestrian traffic for vendor and food trucks would be an appropriate use. I didn't receive any phone calls regarding any concerns about it at all.
That's why I asked Mr. Lickling, because, you have neighborhood associations. Yes, it's not a CR issue, but you have a community advisory committee that handles channel side issues like a neighborhood association. That's why I was asking that question.
As long as they're on the organizations to be notified, we notified them. And we sent out several hundred notices on this particular property.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? All right. Is there anybody here to talk on this item on the second floor? Anybody on the second floor to talk on this item?
Nobody else, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Madam Deputy Clerk, anybody registered for this item?
No one is registered for this item.
All right, move to close.
So moved.
Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. I think we left off on
Me.
we'll go, Mr. Vieira. We'll go, Mr. Vieira. We'll start back.
This isn't the red one, this is a motion.
This is item number 73, sir.
Item number 73.
I'll throw it out there and see, I'll make the motion
You're moving to reverse.
Don't know. I make a motion, and I'll put this out there, see what happens, to approve the special use one application. I move to overturn the zoning administrator's decision and hereby approve the special use one application, VEN 21-115, as the application is consistent with the applicable standards set forth in section 27-132 and 27-129.
You have a second by Mr. Dingfelder. Roll call.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda? Dingfelder?
Yes, and just as a comment, I'd say I'm always persuaded on these by the fact that it's an annual process, I believe, and therefore, if any issues come up, we can always revisit it at a later date.
Carlson?
Yes.
And Goods?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Councilman.
Item 74.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
You may.
With regard to item number 74, please be advised, council, that I did receive, and so did the city clerk's office, as well as other recipients, a letter from a law firm representing Mr. Michelini regarding the recusal of Councilmember Dingfelder that has been provided to the city clerk's office. It has been or will be uploaded, and it is being made part of the record. I have acknowledged the receipt of that letter, and if council would receive and file it.
Receive and
please.
file.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Maniscalco, Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Item
Just-
74.
Just for the record, Council, I need to read this into the record that we requested Councilman Dingfelder recuse himself in order to ensure a fair and impartial hearing, and that we reiterate that request for the record.
All right, so noted, Mr. McLean, for the record.
Yes, sir.
Item 74.
Good afternoon, members of City Council. Kamari Pettis Malcolm from the City Attorney's Office. Item number 74 is before you based upon a petition for review filed by the applicant Gabriella Accardi. The applicant of the special use one request for the property located at 608 North Nebraska Avenue. The applicant is seeking review of the zoning administrator's decision denying the annual vendor permit use, which requested relief from sections 27-132 and 129. Earlier, council was provided with the appropriate rules of procedure and the relevant code section, as well as sample motions. For purposes of today's hearing, City Council applies a de novo standard of review. Your decision is not limited to the record created by the zoning administrator. Instead, you can take public testimony, accept new evidence, and make a decision based upon the application meeting the criteria set forth in sections 27-132 and 129. Mr. Eric Cotton will provide an overview of the relief requested in the application and the basis for the city's decision. After considering all the evidence introduced into the record of today's hearing, City Council may uphold the zoning administrator's decision and thereby deny the special use 1 application, or City Council may overturn the zoning administrator's decision and thereby approve the application for the special use 1. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Mr. Cotton, but I'm available if you have questions.
Any questions? All right, Mr. Cotton?
Thank you, council. As Ms. Pettis-Mackle indicated, this is VEN 21-119. Properties at 608 North Nebraska Avenue. The zoning is CBD2, so this is located north part of downtown, not in the Channel District. The same request for an annual vendor permit. Same basis for the denial. They have clarified some of the issues. Now they're still showing 4 vendor permit locations, requested locations, each at about approximately 240 square feet. They have not indicated the types of products to be sold, and they're asking to be operating 24 hours a day. This is a location. So this is the courthouse, to give you some bearings. They're asking, I'll show you the site plan in a moment. This is the Hillsborough County Courthouse. This is Union Station. They're asking to 4 vendor locations along Twig Street. As you can see on the proposed site plan. And just some generalized photos. This is the property looking back towards the courthouse. There's an Enterprise rent-a-car at this location. And this is the location approximately where these cars are parked, where the proposed vendor location would be. Council have any questions for me?
Any questions, Mr. Cotton? All right, we have an applicant.
Council, Steve Michelini. This again is a request for vendors of convenience to utilize underutilized property on occasion. I mean, it's a parking lot, but frequently it's underutilized. And for the individuals that are accessing the courthouse as well as the county center and the downtown in general, there's been a request to have more convenient food trucks that were quick serve. And also we were asking for the merchandise as well. But the staff does not have the ability to waive the conditions. That's why we're in front of you, because the council does have that power. We've asked for the same basic criteria of establishment of the vendors that we had before, that the vehicles will be 10 feet by 24 feet, 8 feet in height. They would be limited to selling prepackaged and prepared foods, merchandise, and services, and promotional services. Again, we meet all of the other criteria that I outlined before, including the placement of the vendors so that they don't obstruct other loading and parking areas. They don't block or damage or interfere with landscaping buffers. They are neatly maintained. They meet all applicable city codes, that we are fully licensed and insured, and including all of liability insurance required for both the property owner and the individual tenant. We're respectfully requesting the waivers as outlined in our petition, and anyway, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I mean, we just went through this a few minutes ago, and it's all of those conditions should be applied in the same manner that they are being requested here. Again, we did not receive any phone calls of concerns or objections, and I would respectfully request your approval.
Mr. Randy, recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Michelini. Is this the land right behind where do you have the car rental?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that land, that building, I know it's not to do, but that building really changed for the better.
One of the things, Council, I just want to insert this into the record. This is a pre-development use, so as development catches up with the demand for these properties, they'll be converted to, viable projects of some kind. So these are not to be considered to be permanent uses that they're going to be there forever, but they do meet an interim need that's been identified by the individuals in the area.
No, thank you.
Mr. Cardy wanted to say something.
Yeah, I want to thank council again because bringing Enterprise to downtown Tampa, the program's been very well. We actually are proud to say that we've signed a new lease with the remainder of the building. That was the old nightclub there on the corner just today. So we are excited to tell you that building, Mr. Councilman Miranda, is now fully leased, and we're very excited with our new tenant coming in. And as Steve mentioned, we own over 100,000 square feet there. We're excited about the future development of that site next to the courthouses and the core of the CBD in downtown. That's all I have to. Oh, and then I just want to mention he mentioned the height was maybe 8 foot on the trailers or the containers there. It might be 10. We're not sure, but you mentioned 8 foot. I just want to make sure for the record it could be a little taller than 8 foot, depending on the container that's there. Thank you.
Any question for that? Mr. Vera, you recognize?
Just out of interest, question to Mr. Michelini. No, I assume that Jackson House received notice of this and no concerns from them, I would assume. But.
Yes, sir, they did. They were on our notice list. I was paying particular attention to make sure that notice went to them.
Mm-hmm.
I did not receive any comments, phone calls, or messages from them.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Carlson, you recognize?
Yeah, I was going to bring up something similar. Just please, I know you know that Jackson House goes right up to your lot line, I think across the street. But please, as you're moving everybody in, please ask them to be really careful so it doesn't fall down. Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the applicant? All right, that being said, anyone to speak on this item on the second floor? Anyone to speak on this item on the second floor?
Come over here and say it.
No one's here to speak.
Thank you, sir. Anyone registered for this item?
No one is
Move
registered.
to close.
Second.
Random let's move to close. Mr. Maniscalco, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. All right, Mr. Maniscalco, take a bite of the apple there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion to overturn, or I move to overturn the zoning administrator's decision and hereby approve the special use 1 application VEN 21-119.
Second.
Because the applicant is consistent, or the application is consistent with the applicable standards set forth herein in section 27-132 and 27-129.
Seconded by Mr. Miranda, seconded. Roll call.
Vieira.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, council.
Thank you and happy holidays to you guys.
Next item.
Good afternoon, members of City Council. Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. Item number 75 is different from the previous items that you just heard. This is not a de novo hearing. Item number 75 is regarding City Council's consideration of a recommendation by a hearing officer who conducted a de novo hearing for petition for review regarding a denial of a formal decision request. Mr. David Slaggy, the property owner, filed a formal decision request for the property located at 5202 North Seminole Avenue, requesting approval to create 2 compliant SHRS zoning lots. The zoning administrator reviewed the request based upon the criteria established in Code Section 27-11. According to Code Section 27-11, newly created lots must maintain the front orientation and historical precedent pattern of parcel configuration in the neighborhood. Lots of record may not be reconfigured in conflict with the established pattern of lots within a radius of 1,320 feet. Based upon the criteria in Code Section 27-11, the zoning administrator denied the formal decision because the orientation of the lots as requested would be inconsistent with the development pattern in the area. After receiving the decision from the zoning administrator, the petitioner filed a petition for review. The property owner, filed a petition for review. Code Section 2761, subsection J1 states a petition for review shall be heard by a hearing officer for only regarding formal decisions. The hearing officers shall provide a recommended order to City Council for a final determination as set forth in the code. The de novo hearing by the hearing officer occurred on October 29th, 2021. After the hearing officer provided all parties and the clerk with a copy of the recommended order that is before you. The hearing officer recommends that the petition for review be denied and that the zoning administrator's denial be affirmed. Tab 1 contains the recommended order that includes the evidence that the hearing officer received and the basis for his recommendation. As previously stated, this item is before you for City Council's consideration on the recommended order from Derek Schroff, the hearing officer, denying the petition for review and affirming the denial of the request by the petitioner. Earlier, City Council was provided a copy of the relevant code sections regarding this matter, as well as the packet that Mr. Slaggy submitted for City Council. According to Code Section 27-61, subsection E, 3-letter I's, City Council can take the following steps. City Council may adopt the recommended order as the final order, or City Council may modify the recommended order or may reject the recommended order. After the recommended order was filed by the hearing officer, Mr. David Slaggy filed a request for exceptions in oral argument. And with that, I will turn this over to Mr. Shelby to address that matter.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members of council, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. A housekeeping matter. This is a 1 p.m. hearing, and we did not make the motion to open up anything for 1 o'clock.
Mr. Citros,
I believe we ought to name the hearing and the file number, sir.
Thank you very much. What is this? I do apologize. This is FDN 2119.
Yes, sir.
119.
All right, Mr. Citros named
119.
Mr. Citros named it, Mr. Maniscalco seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Sure. And Mr. Chairman, by unanimous consent of council, we then just incorporate all the opening comments by Ms. Pettis-Mackel. Without objection? Without objection?
That's included.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, council, on tab 2 of your packet that was provided by Ms. Pettis-Mackel, you do have Mr. Slaggy's letter. He did set forth the fact that he is filing an exception and that he is recommending the opportunity for oral discussion. And if council does permit oral argument pursuant to the code, it shall allow staff and each party up to 10 minutes for oral presentation or argument. And I have reviewed this. I do note that Mr. Slaggy is here pro se. He's not represented by council. Council has that letter in front of him. Normally, in an abundance of caution, I would recommend that he be given the opportunity to be able to address council, if that's council's pleasure.
All right, sir. Did you hear what our city attorney stated, sir?
Mr. Slaggy, can you hear? I'm sorry.
Yes, hello.
We're going to swear you in, and I'll have Mr. Shelby repeat it. I don't think you heard what he said. Madam Clerk?
Yes, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelby?
Yes, sir. Did you hear my comments as I was talking with council previously about your letter that has the exception to the recommended order? Did you hear any of that discussion?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand it's your request to make that oral argument before council? Is that your desire?
I would like that, please.
Okay, council, if that's council's pleasure, please do so by motion to accept it.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Mr. Maniscalco, second Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Now, there may be ground rules with regard to that, and I think Ms. Pettis-Mackel is going to tackle those with you.
Yes, members of City Council, Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. According to Code Section 2761, subsection J1E, 2-letter I's, City Council may limit such oral argument to addressing only those matters for which it opens. So if you could specify which items you would like the oral argument to be, and the content of the testimony shall be the same as the content of the testimony submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing officer. So basically, the applicant or staff cannot present something new to city council that the hearing officer was not aware of.
Ms. Shelby?
So you cannot, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, you cannot entertain new evidence, and also that your discretion in this case is limited with regard to what happens with respect to the objections to the recommended order. And again, at the end of the hearing, I'm sure Ms. Mackel will go over the options facing council. Do you require anything more specificity at this time, or would you because it's going to be very difficult for them to frame a motion as to what they're going to limit it to? I think it may be best just to see which direction this takes, and if it's a question, we can correct it. That would be my recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Shelby?
Yes. I think it would be appropriate now, Ms. Pettis Mackel, would you agree for Mr. Slaggy to be able to make his presentation? Unless there's something you want to address first.
There's nothing else I want to address.
All right, so Mr. Slaggy, you can maybe begin, sir.
Thank you. My name is David Slaggy. I'm the petitioner for this application. My wife and I have lived at this address for the last 25 years, and we would like to split the property, split the houses, and downsize into the smaller house and sell the main house. And to do so, we need to reorient the lot from the current east-west orientation to a north-south orientation. The technical requirements for the split have been met as far as dimensions and square footage of the lot. The only problem being the orientation of the lot is inconsistent with the development patterns of the area, according to Mr. Cotton. However, there have been 3 houses in recent times that have reoriented their lots, split the lots, and built houses on them. And I am asking for an exception that will allow me to split my lot, which I will be building nothing. I will only be changing the lot line and selling one of the properties and moving into the smaller property so that we can continue to live in Seminole Heights as we always want to. I also have the support of my neighbors. I have 11 letters of support from my neighbors, including 4 notarized letters from my closest neighbors in support of my project. And I'm asking that the council overturn the zoning administrator's decision and allow me to split the lot and according to the site plan and make 2 new lots.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, you recognize?
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Just so that council is aware, if you have any questions of staff, Mr. Cotton is available to address your questions. And also with the short time, I don't know how much time, it's supposed to be 10 minutes of comment. But the question is, with regard to specifically your issues with the report by the hearing officer, if you would please address those.
Mr. Dingfelder, would you see your hand, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're recognized.
I'm not sure who the appropriate person would be to show us some of the maps that are already in evidence.
Can I show you?
Well, hold on one second. Let me get the opinion of our legal counsel.
I see Mr. Cotton there, sir.
I've Kamaria Pettis Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. I've provided, if you go on, I have to see what tab it is for your binder, but it's on the site plan. There's a map. Thank you. On tab number 7 is the site plan for the property owner's property, and on the second page is a map that includes the 1,320 square feet that Mr. Cotton used in his determination on whether it met the requirements.
Okay, so maybe we'd all be best served, Mr. Cotton, if you could run through your thinking, your process, your evaluation of this, and show us some of the maps, and perhaps the gentleman made reference to the fact that there might be some examples of other people who have turned sideways or something in this neighborhood. If you're familiar with any of those, that might be helpful as well. So anyway, whatever you can help us understand this case a little better.
Yes, sir. May I share my screen, please?
And sir, we'll get back to you in a second. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So what's up on the screen? Oh, Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. So what's up on the screen is what I call the 1320 map. One of the requirements of the code is when somebody's proposing a lot split, you go out 1,320 feet to see what the development pattern is in the area. And to see how the lot, and we also compare the underlying plat. And then you go by and you see what the development pattern has become. If it stayed to the plat, if it hasn't stayed, it's primarily used for corner lots. So the lot in green is Mr. Flaggy's lot. That's 5202 Seminole. It's at the corner of Seminole and Friarton. When I was looking at this request, I was looking at property that's zoned SHRS, which is what Mr. Flaggy's property is. And I went from Wilder, basically if you go from Wilder, this is SHRM, so the corridor around Hillsborough wouldn't be considered, up to Comanche, and from Central over to both sides of Swanee. The properties are basically the way they have always been platted. Now, Mr. Slaggy will point out this property here, which is at the corner of Comanche and Mohawk, Central and Mohawk. That property was divided in 2007, 2008 timeframe. That's before the current formal decision process was codified. The other property that he has mentioned, I think he brought it up at the hearing officer, was 50 to the corner of Central and Mohawk. That's what I just showed. So the only one to be up here at Comanche and this property right here. Again, this property was split. Both of these properties have been developed. They were split. They did not go through the formal decision process. So either they were split prior to 2010, or the property owner went to the property appraiser's office, asked to split the properties, and they were split without the city's knowledge. Again, but when I was looking at doing the examination and doing the formal decision, I was looking from here on up. In this corridor, the way the lots were platted is the way the lots are currently situated. There are a couple of properties that the front of the house might face the side street and not the front of the lot, which is the narrowest portion of the lot by code. They may not face that way, but the lot itself is still oriented the way it was platted. And the code uses the term patently inconsistent. The vast majority of the lots are the way they were platted outside of 2 or 3. So based on that was my reason for my denial of the request.
Okay, one other question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
And this would go to the appellant, or whatever we're calling him today. Mr. Slagle, is it?
Mr. Slaggy?
Slaggy, excuse me.
What was the question?
Mr. Slaggy, I haven't driven by it or anything, and I haven't seen a picture to clarify, but is it safe to say that the house, the smaller house that you, or is it the house you're living in right now, is it divided by the lot, and that's why you need to turn the lot? In other words, it's sitting on both lots?
That is correct. If you can bring up
So
the Elmo.
So you own 2 platted lots, but for whatever reason, the house you bought, I'm going to assume you bought it, and you didn't buy it, you didn't build it, is sitting on the middle of the property line.
If you can bring up the Elmo here, I can show you the, this is the front property. This is the property that we want to split off. And this house, this property, the porch, the carport to the right there encroaches onto the other lot. The
porte cochere?
The porte cochere, yes.
Right.
And the property we want to live in is this property right here. It faces south. It's been there since 1926. and we would like to split that off as other people have done. The properties in question are these three over here. These two were built in 2007 and 2008. This one here was built last year or this year. And it is a similar situation to what we are trying to do. You see, this is the house. The houses generally go east-west, but this property here was split, and this house was built facing south last year.
Can you show us an aerial of your property? Do you have an aerial as nice as that last one?
I'm afraid I don't have it with me right now.
All right, well, let me see the one you were just putting up then.
Mr. Dinkfelder, Council Wise, I have a copy of his submitted survey up on the screen. You want me to show it?
Sure.
And that site plan is in your packet. It's on tab 7.
All right.
This is what Mr. Slaggy is talking about. This is the proposed one lot. This is the proposed second lot. This is the existing single-family home and the existing structure in the rear of this property.
So show me with your pointer, Eric, where the new home would go.
There
is no new home.
Technically not a new home. He has an existing, this is the existing home that he showed in the picture, the one that's got the big front porch on it. This is behind it. This is the one that Mr. Slaggy showed that's behind his fence line. This is existing. This is what he's proposing to split off. He's proposing to split it north-south and create a lot here and then create a lot here. Both of these lots now being oriented to Friarton.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
So clearly, I'm sorry.
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Mr. Chair, I just want to just remind City Council that this is not a review hearing. This is before City Council to determine whether or not you're going to accept the recommended order with the understanding that the special magistrate in the recommended order provided his basis for his reasoning on why the denial of the formal decision should be affirmed. So the special magistrate, the hearing officer already provided the information, and if Mr. Slaggy could state with specificity what he is saying is inconsistent or what the special magistrate did not consider, for the record, according to this code section, that will help orient where we're proceeding in this.
Mr. Chairman.
I hear you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just follow up for the record. This is unusual, Council, because this is almost the way it used to be years and years ago before we went to de novo hearings. This is not a de novo hearing. You're almost sitting as an appeals court. It's very limited basis for you to make your decision. You cannot hear evidence and reweigh the evidence. That is not the role. I just want to be clear for the record.
I see. Okay. And Mr. One point, Mr. Dinkfelder, I didn't see that. And if you look at the finding fact and the inclusion and the recommendation, pretty much what Mr. Shelby is saying, it's like this is a appellate appeal court right now, basically. So they looking for any other type findings other than what's been stated here. So not too many extra questions we really can ask the petitioner per se.
Okay, but Mr. Chairman, even an appellate court likes to get a lay of the land, and that's, Eric, if you could put that whatever you had back up there. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land, so we know what the hearing officer was looking at, so we know what he was talking about. Because now that you're showing me this, Eric, I thought he was saying that he wanted to build a new home. So I think what's being said is, and go ahead and continue on, just I guess reiterate what type of evidence that the hearing officer saw as related to this drawing in front of us.
Just for clarification, Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office, the hearing officer did in the recommended order, it has on page 2 the statement of case and the evidence that he received, that the hearing officer received. He received that map of the property, it lays out 21 exhibits that the hearing officer received. That site plan that Mr. Cotton showed was provided to the hearing officer. Again, Mr. Slaggy cannot present anything new that the hearing officer did not know, and the hearing officer was informed that Mr. Slaggy's not doing new construction. That was already presented to the hearing officer.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to figure it out. So again, Eric, if you could just reiterate how this works. Tell us where are the two existing homes?
This is one, the existing house, and this is an accessory structure in the back.
That's an accessory structure.
Correct. It's labeled as a residence, so it probably has an existing kitchen in it. I'm not sure if that's what the survey refers to.
Along Mrs. Dingfelder's conversation, the house that we're looking at is the one on the bottom. And then to the left, that's the house that is a house that's not a house.
It is a house. It is a standalone house. It has a kitchen. It is a full house. And it's been there since 1926. The original house was built in 1912, and the accessory structure was built in 1926. But it is a house. It has its own electric meter. It is a completely separate house.
I'm a little, when I'm reading from the petition and the file number 50, the case number is 21-119, and the address of 5202 North Seminole. Then I'm looking at the property description. Partial A would be 9,128 square feet, and partial B would be 5,600 feet. Is that correct?
For the lot size?
Yes.
That's correct.
It'll be a total of 14,728 feet?
No, the lot size is 5,000, for the new proposed lot is 5,000 something square feet, above the required 5,000 feet that I think is required for a new lot.
Well, my math must be wrong. I got the proposed two plotted lots. Proposed partial A would be 9,128 feet.
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office, and just for the record, this line of questioning is different from what the hearing officer, what was discussed with the hearing officer.
From here.
I'm just saying, as far as presentation from the property owner.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out what the square footage is. From what I heard, 1320, then I'm looking here, and it says, my math comes up with 14,728, and I'm hearing something else. I said, what's going on?
Okay, can I comment? The larger house is 9,100 square feet, 184 square feet, and the proposed new lot is 5,824 feet.
All right, go on.
Anyone else? Mr. Dingfelder, you finished your line of questions?
No, I don't know who to ask this question to, Eric or either Ms. Pettis-Mackel. I see some in the file under tab 6, there were letters of support, what appear to be from his neighbors. Did this go in front of the neighborhood association? And I'm going to assume this is Old Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association.
Letters.
Notice was sent for the formal decision, and notice was sent for the review hearing, so that was done.
Okay, and does anybody know if there's any correspondence or participation from the neighborhood association?
There were no participants that appeared for the review hearing with the hearing officer, but as stated by the code, that's not one of the criteria for consideration.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
You recognize, sir?
And I believe there are letters
I see the letters.
that was put into the record by Mr. Slaggy, which is in your packet.
And one of our options is to remand back.
Yes, if I can, I'm sorry.
I don't have that sheet.
That actually, with regard to the code itself, let me just read to you what it says here. It says that the city council may adopt the recommended order as the final order, or may reject or modify the recommended order as provided herein. City council may not reject or modify any findings of fact reached by the hearing officer. If the city council determines that a finding of fact is not based on competent substantial evidence contained in the record, or that a finding of fact does not comply with the essential requirements of law, city council may remand the matter back to the hearing officer, but only if it determines that additional fact finding is required. If city council rejects or modifies a conclusion of law, it must state with particularity the final order, in its final order, the reasons, and must make a finding that its substitution of a conclusion of law is as or more reasonable than that which was rejected or modified. And again, it states forth that if you direct a preparation of a revised order, it shall be transmitted to the parties within 45 days of adoption. So that's the process. It's very different. It's really an appeals process, unlike what you do in other review hearings.
But again, to repeat my question,
You can remand it back to the hearing officer. However, there are findings that city council must make in order to do that. You can't, according to the code, just remand it back to the hearing officer for a do-over again of the review hearing. You have to remand it back only if it determines that additional fact finding is required. And the recommended order from the hearing officer provides city council with what he considered when making his recommendation that the zoning administrator's denial be affirmed. He's provided that basis in his recommended order. Additionally, if city council rejects or modifies a conclusion of law, it must state with particularity in the final order its reasons and must make a finding that its substitution, and it goes on to state the requirements of the code, but city council can't just remand it back to the hearing officer.
Anything else, Ms. Dingfelder?
no, I'll hold it for a motion.
Can I add something? That I understand that according to code that this is generally not allowed, but exceptions have been made, and I presented these exceptions that have been made, and I'm requesting that another exception be made for me to split a property that I will be building nothing. The properties will remain in their current configuration and have been for 100 years. And I'm just asking to be able to split off the property as others have done and be able to move into the smaller property, my wife and I.
Just one other procedural question, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor, sir.
Okay. Again, I don't know who to ask this to, perhaps Eric, is if we leave the decision intact and affirm the hearing officer's conclusions, findings, etc., the gentleman arguably could still, at some point, seek a Seminole Heights, whatever they call it, the equivalent of a PD for the lot split. Eric?
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. Yes, the petitioner could file for a rezoning from SHRS to SHPD and go before City Council, and then Council could weigh evidence. That would go to the ARC for their recommendation for the reconfiguration of the lot or the rezoning of the lot. But the applicant petitioner could apply for that after, regardless of what the decision of Council is today.
Okay, but there's no other SH category that would work, is that correct?
Correct. You would have to rezone to an SH PD rezoning.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody.
And just for conclusion, the actions, again, just as a reminder, the actions for City Council are to adopt the recommended order as the final order, modify the recommended order, but you have to state the reasonings to modify, and there are conditions that you cannot modify any findings of fact reached by the hearing officer. Or you could reject the recommended order. But again, you cannot remand it back to the if you decide to remand the matter back to the hearing officer, you can only do that if it determines that additional fact finding is required.
All right, any other questions?
Swaggy, you want to have the last
Mr.
word,
Chairman?
I guess?
Yes, Mr.
I don't think it's likely, but just for the record is clear, there is nobody else who's prepared to speak either downstairs or.
We can ask.
Or registered. We could
Is
ask.
there anyone registered to speak on this item, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No one is registered.
All right, is anybody on the second floor to speak on this item? Anyone else on the second floor to speak on this item?
No one on the second floor to speak.
Thank you, my friend. All right, Mr. Maniscalco has moved to
Second.
close. Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Question on the
Question on
motion.
the motion.
Mr. Shelby, do you think that Mr. Slaggy should have the last word, since there was quite a bit of discussion?
Well, normally, no. I think he had his 10-minute presentation. I don't believe there's it's not a proceeding that normally would have that. It's certainly not called for in the code if you want to give him a short period of time, if that's council's pleasure.
Do
But
you have
it's
any
not.
questions for Mr. Dingfelder?
Yes. Mr. Slaggy, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I think I pretty much presented my case that exceptions have been made, and I'm asking for that you overturn the recommended order and allow the exception. And that's all I can say about it. Thank you.
All right, move to close by Mr. Maniscalco. Second by Mr. Vieira. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion, Mr. Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a really unusual situation. And while I respect the process and I respect the hearing master and legal counsel and Eric and everybody who's put a lot of time into this, I would like to move to remand this matter back to the hearing officer. And specifically, I would ask at least two of the following questions to seek additional fact-finding. Number one, whether or not the hearing master expressly considered the exceptions that were I'll just finish and then you can correct me. Whether or not the hearing officer looked at any exceptions and whether those had any impact on his decision. Mr. Slaggy pointed out that there might be some exceptions in the neighborhood. And number two, whether or not allowing this would have any negative or harmful impacts on the neighborhood.
Kamaria Pettis-Malcolm from the City Attorney's Office. Mr. Dingfelder, in regards to item number one, as again stated, Mr. Slaggy presented 4 properties to the hearing officer that did have a different orientation. Those addresses were put on the record with the hearing officer. The hearing officer did have that information. Mr. Cotton did respond to some of the addresses at the actual review hearing, and this afternoon, Mr. Cotton additionally addressed those addresses that had the different orientation and explained that the formal decision process was not implemented at the time that those lots were split, and additionally, a property was split without approval from the city. Mr. Cotton did state that on the record during this hearing, but Mr. Cotton did provide additional information regarding those 4 lots that do face a different direction according to the lots at the actual hearing officer. As far as Mr. Dingfelder's second question on whether or not it would have any impacts, that question wasn't asked, and certainly Mr. Cotton is available. I mean, that question was not asked.
Exactly. And we don't want to introduce new evidence because that's what you told us not to do. So my question then, and I'll strike the first one because I do see what you're saying. The hearing master said the lots were not changed in orientation except for a few limited exceptions. So I do see where he addressed my first question. But my second question specifically is did he review or evaluate or look at any negative or harmful impacts on this particular neighborhood as related to this petition? And I would think that's an important question. We always evaluate that when we get these types of things. And, you know, we listen, and we see if the neighborhood association chimed in and what the neighbors are thinking, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, I'll limit my motion specifically to that one item to remand for additional findings as related to the potential for any negative or harmful impacts on the on that neighborhood, if this petition was granted. That's my motion.
Dingfelder chime in with a motion. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Third time. Do we have a second? Mr. Dingfelder's motion died for lack of a second, sir. All right. Who would like to take this item? Mr. Carlson?
I move to adopt the hearing officer's recommended order that denied the petition for review and affirm the denial of the formal decision from the zoning administrator for FTN 21-119.
Mr. Maniscalco has seconded. Roll call vote.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
No.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Vieira. And Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder voting no.
All right, folks, we're at Mr. Vieira?
Yes, sir. I have to leave in a little bit, sir, and I wanted to, I know we have a bunch of stuff, but we have item, I know people are waiting for this fire item, pension item, and I need to leave in about 55 minutes, as I said at the beginning of the meeting.
I won't put anything else before that item, but staff had asked for those water items to be first.
Sure.
Now, I will go ahead and skip the rest and do number, is that 98?
Yes, sir.
No, 98. What's it? Oh, we've done it already, haven't we? Yeah, no, 77 is ordinance, right. No, we can get 77. No, but what we're jumping ahead to where 99, 24, 25, and 26 will be here together, because that was under consent, okay? All right, so we're now to the staff reports. I don't believe we have anything for 76 as an update. 50, did you do number 52 as a second?
No, we need to roll that in.
52, so we didn't roll 52 in. All right. All right, let's go ahead with batter up on number 99, the water one concept, and this 24, 25, and 26, and then Mr. Vieira will take your 98 after that, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby, just want to clarify, is 82, 83, 84, and 85 related to that discussion as well?
Well, we're going to find out.
Okay.
We're going to find out. Mr. Carlson can approach that question when somebody from staff gets up on his item. Who from staff is going to address 99? Is it Jan? All right.
Good afternoon, Council. Chairman Goods, Jean Duncan here, Administrator of Infrastructure and Mobility. We will have two presenters today on this item. One is Melissa Dickens from the Planning Commission. We're working very closely with. The second is Brad Baird, of course, from our staff. So I just wanted to quickly make a statement that kind of sets the tone and explains a little bit about the One Water concept, which you will hear about today. The One Water concept is not a rebranding of Pure, and you'll get to understand a little bit more about this as we go through the presentations. And again, we'll be respectful of your time. We understand it's been a long day and you've got a lot more items, so we'll move as quickly as possible. But let me just
Jane, before you get started, Mr. Shelby, we want to make sure we clear up these items because Mr. Carlson made a reference earlier. We know 24, 25, 26, and 99 will go together, but Mr. Carlson jumped in reference to, that was items 82, 83, sir? And 84?
Yes, and 85.
And 85. I guess I'll let you go ahead and have the floor on that record before she gets her presentation, sir.
Well, if they want to do one water, then we can come back to these, because then we can see what this is. I think we need to be really careful. There's a lot of branding that's been going on in the city, especially in the last 2.5 years, and we need to be careful not to confuse the public. I understand the need to be resilient and conserve water and everything, but the public is very concerned about the shenanigans that have gone on with the toilet tap, called tap, and then pure, and we need to be really careful about how we approve these things. And we had asked for transparency on these projects, and 82 through 85 seem not to show that transparency. So we'll come back to it, and I look forward to hearing about sustainability, but we should not be hiding a project the public doesn't want under a new brand. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Jean, you can continue with, I guess you want to start with your 99, 24, 25, 26?
Yes, sir, thank
All right.
you. So just a short quote from the U.S. Water Alliance. What we're presenting on the One Water concept is really a national movement, a statewide movement. It was recently a county movement with their comprehensive plan, which is why we're working with the Planning Commission. And now Tampa is also stepping in to have this consistent approach of our precious resources that exist in different ways out there in the environment. So from the U.S. Water Alliance, no matter who we are, where we live, or what we do, water connects all of us. When we embrace the belief that water in all its forms has value, water in our lakes, seas, rivers, streams, drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater, the full water life cycle can be optimized to build strong economies, vibrant communities, and healthy environment. So with that statement, I will let Melissa Dickens now give you a very brief overview of the One Water comp plan amendment that we're working on following the award-winning amendment that they helped the county recently pass. And Melissa, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Sure. Thank you so much for that excellent introduction, Jean. Melissa Dickens, Planning Commission staff. And either I can share my screen or the presentation that was up briefly, if that could be reshared. Thank you. So this item, as Jean mentioned, is to outline a proposed approach to water resources within Tampa's comprehensive plan. It's a way of looking at water that is a little different than what's adopted in the comprehensive plan today, in that it's very holistic. So looking at potable water, stormwater, wastewater, and natural systems as an overall system, utilizing the One Water approach. Now we are in the initial phases of putting together a work program for the Tampa Comprehensive Plan update. We have another workshop scheduled before you all in February to go into more detail, but this was one of the items that we believed as staff we could move forward earlier in 2022, and so we're excited to have the opportunity to share a little bit more about it today. And as Jean mentioned, this is something that we've worked with Hillsborough County on. We're also working with Plant City on updating their comprehensive plan in a similar manner. And we believe there's a lot of merit in the approach of looking at water resources as an integrated system and using a holistic lens for water. Next slide, please. I'm going to start with this graphic, which is probably a little bit of a flashback to middle school science, but we believe it helps tell the story of what we're trying to accomplish with this comp plan update really nicely, looking at all of the interconnected aspects of water. No matter what form water is in, it's all interrelated and interconnected. And we want to mimic the natural systems connections and interrelationships as we work on updating the comprehensive plan. So rather than having these different aspects of water be siloed, we want to recognize the way that water moves in the environment and update and structure the comprehensive plan accordingly. Next slide, please. There are a few different aspects to One Water and the comprehensive plan. As we've talked about, it's really a much more holistic approach to looking at water resources related language, stormwater, potable water, wastewater, and then the natural environment. The approach recognizes that water is all interrelated and also that all water has value. So making sure to emphasize and recognize that point is a key component. It also provides a nice framework for a number of different approaches to implementation that the city may wish to pursue. It allows the city to be more flexible and nimble in looking at different options for addressing some of the challenges like increasing demands and a changing climate. Additionally, it's also an opportunity to look at the water resources related language within the comprehensive plan, evaluate it, modernize it, bring it up to date, and really elevate it to its proper location within the comprehensive plan, have it be something that is interrelated and interconnected to other aspects of planning as well. I also did want to share, Jean touched on this, but the work that has been done with Hillsborough County has been recognized as a model approach by regional entities such as the TBRPC, the Tampa Bay Estuary Program. It's also received state and national recognition from the American Planning Association, and entities such as the U.S. Water Alliance are continuing to promote this concept. It's really considered a best practice when looking at water resources in comprehensive plans. And locally, the county, also Plant City, are incorporating this concept. And so this would be in line with what other jurisdictions are doing in the region. Next slide, please. The current adopted plan, the way water is set up in the current plan is really related to some of the prior legislation, the old 9J5 rules about having separate elements. As a result, potable water, wastewater, and stormwater are all in separate sections of the comprehensive plan. They're not really talking to one another really well. The connections are not there. There's also other water resources related language and maps that's found throughout various other sections of the plan, such as the future land use section, the environmental section. And overall, there are approximately 200 goals, objectives, and policies that relate in some way to water throughout the plan. So we have the initial bones of a One Water concept. The structure is already there in existing policies, but a lot of the language is a little long in the tooth. The last time the comprehensive plan went through a major update was back in 2016, and a lot of the water resources related language looking at it really is even much older than that, dating back to the 1990s, the early 2000s, and there definitely is a need to update it. There's also some duplications, and really it's limited in terms of its utility, no pun intended, to today's strategic priorities, to the different challenges the city is facing. And so One Water would be an opportunity to modernize it, streamline the water resources related language, and create kind of a one-stop shop where citizens or council could go to find all of the water resources language in the plan. Next slide, please. And so there are a few goals for the One Water approach to the comprehensive plan, of course, reflecting the interrelated nature of water, as we talked about earlier. Also ensuring that the language is structured to provide an ideal framework and support for city initiatives. I'll share that Hillsborough County has been able to utilize their comprehensive plan update to implement things like septic to sewer, their green infrastructure and low impact development program are a direct result of the One Water comprehensive plan. There's also been an opportunity to strengthen the relationship between the utility planning and land use planning. And so we would hope that this One Water comprehensive plan would provide a similar opportunity. We also would like to ensure that the update to the comprehensive plan reflects not only best practices in comprehensive planning, but also best practices in water resources management, making sure we're looking at the latest and greatest, looking at examples from other communities, looking at what works best for here in Tampa. That would be something that we would certainly be focused on as part of this process. We also, of course, want the plan to represent input and feedback from the public, from stakeholders, from you all, making sure that the plan is structured in a way to speak to all that, set it up in a way that water is coordinated with other aspects of planning in the city, update and streamline the document to eliminate some of the redundancy, in some cases some inconsistency. And then finally, and most importantly, we want this to be something that can be implementable by the city. There's a lot of different ways that it can be implemented, but we want to make sure that it's structured in a way that it's useful, moves the city's initiatives forward, and provides a lot of opportunity to really make sure that we're protecting the resource and also looking at how different aspects of water all interrelate and work together. Next slide. And so in terms of a proposed work program, the first step is to create some general One Water language that'll be coming before you as part of the 10-year water supply facilities work plan process in a few months. We'll also be working with city staff and developing a revised One Water section that'll be drafted by the Planning Commission and collaborating with city staff and stakeholders to ensure that it is implementable and aligned with city initiatives. There'll also be public and stakeholder outreach. And then the final step in the process would be to initiate the plan amendment sometime in 2022. Next slide, please. And then this concludes my formal presentation. I know Mr. Baird also has a presentation he would like to share. I'll be available after he's finished if there are any questions on the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate that. Brad Baird, Deputy Administrator of Infrastructure. If we could have the slide and the slideshow entitled Transforming Tampa's Water Challenges into Opportunities. We can pull that presentation. Thank you. So to take off from Melissa's One Water presentation, this is intended to provide a high-level path or view of One Water opportunities for Tampa over the next year. Next slide, please.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
You recognize, sir?
Brad, you know I'd never be rude to you on purpose, especially on Christmas Eve. But is there anything urgent or pressing that we need to do or see or hear today on this, as opposed to carrying it over to January? And I apologize for saying that, but we still have a lot to do. Gene?
Okay. How about, well, a few of these, yes. So we wanted to provide the background of One Water before your approval of the Sulphur Springs items, which are items 24, 25, and 26. But if you would like, you know, I can run through the slides that are repetitive or somewhat repetitive with Melissa's slides. And if it's okay with Gene, we could move right to the tail end of the presentation, which would be slide 8 that talks about the 2 projects that are part of the One Water concept.
Mr. Carlson?
Would that be acceptable?
Mr. Carlson?
I just want to state for the record, as I pointed out many times over the last 2.5 years, this department puts out misinformation to the public, and the public sees through it. The water community nationally and internationally sees through it, and water experts locally see through it. The title of your presentation is incredibly offensive. The water challenges of Tampa. If you're going to make a statement like that and use it as a title, you need to qualify it. And we could spend the next 2 hours debating it. I'd rather us get through this agenda here. But I have to say, also, the mayor has been given message points by your department or somebody that Tampa is facing a water shortage, which is not true, because we're part of a regional system that has access to water. And I think we first and foremost have to be honest with the public. And if you're going to try to sell a $2.5 to $6 billion boondoggle, you need to be honest with the public. Thank you.
Let me just say that I'm part of the water situation. I have been for many years, and I don't take offense to anything that any elected official says, because half the time, myself included, we don't know what the hell we're talking about. I don't think it's offensive. I think he's bringing things to the public so that the public that may not be understanding can understand what's going on. As far as the water situation, not only in this area, but the whole area. Just the other day, we had a meeting at Tampa Bay Water. They have a water projection for all the cities, including Tampa, to the year 2050. Now, if that doesn't want to open your eyes, it should, because the population here is exploding. Not only we have problems in other areas that we're trying to address and we can't quite do it, but water is one of the items that you cannot live without. I mean, where are you going to get the water? Everybody is under constraint, including all of the entities that are involved. So it's just not about the city of Tampa. It's not just about Plant City. It's just not about Temple Terrace. It's about Hillsborough County, including what they have in South Hillsborough County. It's about the areas, and I told Pasco County, listen, what's happening to us today is going to happen to you tomorrow. So get very well prepared what's coming. And you know what? Already they're feeling it. Look what happened the other day in Tarpon Springs. They had a vote on something that was very controversial, and we've had the same things here about a development going in and so forth and so on, and I don't want to get involved in it because I'm not involved in that. And there's going to be all kinds of lawsuits, one side or the other, coming out. So what we see here, it's the nature of the animal that we're in, called public servants, officials of the city, whether it's this city or another city. But I don't take it too lightly in saying that we do things illegal. If you do, we said it before, and I'm going to say it again, if you have something illegal that the city has done, turn it over to the public officials that create and investigate these things. Please do. When I leave here, like all of us do, our head is still as high as it was before. Not any lower, not any higher. Still attached to my neck's attached to the shoulders. So I have to just think of what I got left. What we're doing today is eye-opening, and when we started the Sulphur Springs area and other areas that we hit the Blue Sink and others to get the waters to the dam for meet the items that we needed, that we did not have enough, remove some of the salt water that was intrusion into the animals, the little fishes and stuff that we want to do for nature, as we all want to do. We knew that Sulphur Springs was going to have salinity levels over and above what we need to continue the program. And I'm not going to go to all specific because they're going to make that presentation. Let me just say this. I haven't spoken to anyone, to Brad, to the young lady in the middle, and to Ms. Duncan about any of these items. Although Brad and I traveled to Tampa Bay Water on Monday and traveled back in the same car, just two of us, this item never came up. We don't talk about this because we were talking about what we were going to in the agenda for Tampa Bay Water. So anyone that wants to take a testimony is more than happy to subpoena me, subpoena Brad, subpoena anything you want. But this has got to stop where we just shoot from the hip and hope we hit somebody and a nerve comes up. This is not the way you run government.
All right. What we're not gonna do, we all gonna stay calm. We can get our points across. But what I'm going to do at this particular point, it's already going on 5 o'clock. We have some other serious business we have to get to today. Now, if these water issues are not pressing right now, Brad, we can hold us over to January and take these items up and be able to have a discussion about your One Water and the Sulphur Springs and what have you. But I got an agenda running here today, and we got some other stuff we got to get done. And I know that this is going to take a minute to get through these presentations. You know, I got the pension issue. I have tons of things here. So if this Sulphur Springs is not present, it can wait to January. I prefer to wait to January, Brad, and that way we can have these back channel dialogue about the situation. Mr. Carlson has some concerns. I mean, and let me probably legitimate because I don't know. I'm not the water guy here. Mr. Miranda is, and some of the other guys. That ain't my expertise. I just listen to what's presented and I vote on what I believe is right or wrong. So what I'm gonna ask, I believe we can hold this over to January if possible. Is that possible, Brad?
That is possible, Mr. Chair. I would ask that we at least cover the next two slides for Sulphur Springs. And then, so I've already skipped to slide 8, and then slide 8 and 9 are about Sulphur Springs. And then we can, if hopefully the city council could have a discussion on items, the consent items 24, 25, and 26, which are Sulphur Springs. And then we'll defer the entire One Water presentation to January. Would that work for city council?
All right, we'll get that away. I'm gonna let Mr. Carlson have his last piece, and then we're moving on. Mr. Carlson, you ready?
Yeah, I just have to say, Ms. Miranda, you said multiple times that I should state, but that we should state whatever the facts are. I stated over and over again what the facts are, and believe me, I've gone to law enforcement about the last administration. I've given lots of evidence, and we'll see what they do with it. But the fact here is that this department has a record of not telling the truth. And if you want proof of it, I can give you plenty of proof. But one is go to the Tampa Heights Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association and watch the presentation that was given by the water department. And the question in the audience was, we hear the Pure project is going to cost as much as $6 billion. And the representative of the water department laughed and told the public, no, it's going to cost maybe several $100 million. I had to get my legislative aid to go back to the presentation the water department consultants gave to this council, which said somewhere between $2.5 and $6.3 billion. I had the audio and video recording and the slide to present to them. And if you're going to, my request, and it's our service and responsibility to tell the truth to the public, if the cost of the project is $2.5 to $6.3 billion, don't go tell a neighborhood association that they're not right, that number is not true. Don't tell us that there's a water shortage in the city of Tampa when we have a regional water source supply. Don't tell us there are problems with water and create problems that are not here. Tell us proactively what we can do to solve problems well into the future. Talk about having a contained system, but don't create and manufacture problems when they don't exist. Thank you.
Chairman, at the end, I want to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to ask the mayor about, and I'm not questioning, I have a thing that I say in horse racing, trust, but verify. So I trust everything I hear, but I verify every damn thing I hear. So let it be known that I'm going to ask for all this information about what was said, I wasn't there, and find out if it's $2 billion, $6 billion, or 60 cents, or 50 million, or whatever it is. Because I'm not privy to that. What was said, I wasn't there. I don't have any information on it. I don't doubt what the gentleman said, but I always trust and verify everything I do when I'm racing as a racing official. And I'm going to start doing the same thing here. I've done it most times, but I can tell you I have no clients in water. I have nothing to do with water, so I hope they come investigate me on water also.
Mr. Chair, can I just say one last quick thing? Please, my colleagues, if we've seen over and over again when city staff members don't tell the truth, and unfortunately there have been a lot over the last 2.5 years, and the mayor's gotten rid of them, thank God. But when city staff members don't tell the truth, you need to get outside advice. You cannot rely on the advice you're getting. Please talk to engineers, call the AWWA, call people in other cities and other states, call the Sierra Club, call the Friends of the Water, call other people and get advice on the information that's being presented. Call Tim Keyports and Lynn Hertak, who were in the neighborhood association meeting where the misinformation was presented. Please get that information. When you find that what I'm saying is true, I hope you will question it like I do. Thank you.
One last thing.
Ms. Miranda, with all due respect, we got to move on. We won't get nowhere. I take both of your points as the legend here. I understand where you're going. I hear Mr. Carlson. As a city employee in the past, I do know how city government does work sometimes behind the back scenes, that everything is not told. So you would be correct, Mr. Carlson. Not saying this particular case, but you understand, most of those employees that you refer to have a boss or a boss. And they can't do certain things or say certain things because they're told not to say certain things or do certain things. So I do understand that as well. But what I'm going to say at this particular point, we have to move on because we're talking about some of these items on number 82, 83, 84 that are water item issues as well. So, Brad, I'm going to let you go ahead. I would prefer you go ahead and kind of narrow it down, get to the 24, 25, and the 26 because people have questions and they may get continued. So, we've got to move on. So I'm going to let you go ahead and get the floor.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will, for for the purposes of brevity, I will just cover the next two slides, which are related to Sulphur Springs, which this project is not part of the Pure project. Sulphur Springs feasibility study is a poster child project for the One Water concept. This is a project to investigate the feasibility of freshening Sulphur Springs to meet the Sulphur Springs Run minimum flows. The Sulphur Springs Run minimum flows. This is a state requirement to protect manatees and their sources of fresh water throughout the bay. Sulphur Springs minimum flows is totally separate from the Lower Hillsborough River minimum flow requirement. Next slide, please. So simply, this feasibility study agreement, the cooperative funding agreement, and the financial resolution, which are items 24, 25, and 26, are hopefully can be taken up immediately after we finish this presentation, and I'll stay on to answer questions associated with that. And that's all I have. If we want to answer questions associated with that shortened presentation, and then take up those three items. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. All right, so items 24, 25, and 26 were on the consent docket. Yes, sir.
Mr. Baird.
Dean for Electric Committee, sir.
Mr. Baird, the Sulphur Springs saltwater intrusion was originally part of either the TAP program or the Pure project. You're saying that it's now been taken out, and that's the first part of the question. The second question is, if you're going to work on minimum flows there, where's the water source?
So the first part of that, the Sulphur Springs feasibility study is a standalone project to investigate the feasibility of freshening Sulphur Springs minimum flows. The flows go into the run. What Pure would do is.
But what water source would you use to freshen Sulphur Springs?
Oh, I'm sorry. The Ewanowski Springs water that flows into Blue Sink. So we would, this is a project to look at the feasibility of using additional flow from Blue Sink and possibly storing additional stormwater and using that flow as well to supplement what we send to Sulphur Springs, to introduce it into Orchid Sink or Jasmine Sink to hopefully reverse the salinity of Sulphur Springs if we were able to stop pumping it.
I'll just say this is something that should be a much longer presentation for the public, especially if you're looking at stormwater and maybe injecting stormwater. As I remember it off the top of my head, we're pumping about 11 MGD from Sulphur Springs, and my solution, which I presented months ago, is stop pumping, buy it from another source, Tampa Bay Water or whatever source, and then we solve the problem. We're not going to have saltwater intrusion if we stop pumping. And anyway, I'll vote no. If you all want to go forward today, fine. I think the public deserves to have a much larger discussion about this. Anytime we're going to start to change the makeup of the water we're using, it's potentially an environmental and health hazard that the public deserves to hear about. Thank you.
Mr. Dingfelder, your committee, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Brad.
Thank you.
Brad, you want to say something?
Yeah, I understand that, Councilman, and that's exactly what this feasibility study is supposed to address. If there are any risks, the quality of water, is this even feasible to do what I just talked about?
And Mr. Baird, is my understanding this was a shared 50-50 agreement on the study? Is that correct with SwiftMud?
That is correct.
Okay. I asked some similar questions earlier in the week, Bill, in regard to the relationship of this with Pure, et cetera. Specifically, I asked, would these three agenda items be on our agenda if Pure didn't exist at all? And Mr. Baird told me yes. So he's nodding his head. But anyway, so I think with that, I'll go ahead and move items 24, 25, and 26.
Second.
Because we do need to protect the manatees, and we do need to do minimum flows, and that's part of our total water permit regardless, and it's been that way for a decade or two.
Yeah, this is part of the permit for the water use permit.
Item 24 through 26 has been moved, seconded by Mr. Citro. Roll call, please.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
No.
Maniscalco? Viera?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
And Goos.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no and Maniscalco being absent at vote.
Mr. Citro, you
Thank you very
recognize.
much, Mr. Chair. During the boat parade that was held a couple weeks ago, I had the privilege of riding on TPD's Marine boat for that boat parade. I had spent many years up on the north part of the river at Sulphur Springs. As we were coming back, the tide had changed, and I smelled salt water. This is a real problem, and it needs to be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, sir. All right, why I have them here right now on the screen, we want to go ahead and address the other water issues. I think that was 82, 83, and 84, correct, Mr. Dingfelder? And
Yes,
85,
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
All right, Brad, you got the floor. These are your items, correct?
If I could interrupt, Brad,
Jean?
Chairman Goods, Dennis Verhero is handling those items. They are not related to Pure.
Okay.
Uh,
So he's handling 82, 83, 84, 85?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, Dennis?
Good afternoon, council. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Dennis Verhero, Chief Financial Officer. I'll address, items 82 and 83 first. These two items close out the Water State Revolving Fund Loan Agreement. And 82 closes it out, and 83 makes the necessary budget adjustments in each project to match the closeout. You see, we've provided a memorandum with some detail, but in summary, the Water Department completed all of the line replacement projects as part of the agreement, and its amendments throughout the years for a total of approximately $12.2 million. So we didn't need the total $18+ million that was authorized. We completed the projects and we're closing it out. We will make debt service payments twice a year for a total of $13 million over 20 years.
Any questions, Mr. Verhero?
No, I'll move items 82 and 83.
Second.
All right, moved by Dingfelder, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, sir. If I may move
Oh,
on to
sir,
80.
I'm sorry, we didn't take the vote, council, because I wanted to chime in. Sorry, Mr. O'Hara. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, just for the purposes of the record, please note that Councilmember Vieira is participating remotely through audio teleconferencing, and as such that he is not part of the physical quorum, but his rules, your rules do allow him to vote on this. So pursuant to that, his vote is being recorded by the clerk. It was previously recorded, but I wanted that to be clear on the record, and so the public is aware as well. And a roll call vote, please.
All right, 82 through 83, Dingfelder has moved it, Miranda has seconded. Roll call.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Viera?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
No.
And Goos.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Items 84 and 85, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Items 84 and 85. Again, this is Dennis Verhero, Chief Financial Officer. These recognize a grant from SwiftMud of $15.3 million for the Southeast Seminole Heights Flood Relief Project. 84 recognizes the grant, and item number 85 appropriates the $15.3 million. That'll bring the project funding to over $31 million.
Any questions, Mr. Harrell? Items 84 and 85.
These are for flooding problems, correct?
Mr. Harrell?
Yep.
I'm sorry, say again?
Flooding problems.
Part of stormwater flooding, Dennis?
Yeah.
I apologize, say
What
again.
what was the money for specifically?
Yeah.
84, the 15 million where you get it and you spend it on 85. What were they for specifically?
Flood relief.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I'll move out those two items unless they've already been moved.
All right, Dingfelder, let's move 84 and 85. Maniscalco second. All in favor? Correct, roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, Mr. Vieira, are you there, sir? We're going to take up your item 98 like I promised.
Thank you,
Oh,
Council.
yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir.
Item number 98.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, we got all the players at the table. All right, Mr. Vieira, we'll let you go ahead and start it off, sir.
Yeah, you know, sir, if I may, I would, but I'd first like to hear from staff in terms of an update responsive to our motion, if I may, and then I can begin, if I may, sir.
All right, we'll hear from staff. We'll start off with Chief Tripp, and then we'll go down the road.
Good afternoon, Council. Chief Tripp, Tampa Fire Rescue Fire Chief. We did send a memo in as well as had discussion concerning this item. I am here if you have any questions. I just want you all to know that I'm going to continue to work with the pension as well as the workers' comp laws and collective bargaining agreement to make sure that we do the best for the individuals. And I'm here if you have any other questions.
All right, we'll go to Ms. Austin, and then I guess Mr. Vieira will chime in afterwards.
Council Kelly Austin, Director, Human Resources. Just to kind of piggyback on Chief Tripp's comments, I think it's kind of an this administration as we work through the initial collective bargaining. We're focused on equity across the board for all city employees. And the next is continue that theme by centralizing some of the quality controls as it relates to some of these items. So we are going to be working in the new fiscal year to try to make some efficiency improvements and some consistency, and to keep the mantra of what we've been doing, trying to create equity across the board. That's really what I would add to just the pre-existing conversations that we've had, unless anyone has any questions for me. Thank you.
Well, I read the memo, and I think that's important to have continuity with everybody. I think the biggest part for me is the pension split, to find out what that crack is, to show up. And my understanding from reading the memo and getting with Mr. Shelby, it might be a legislative matter because we have no control of the pension at all to do or say anything. So that might be a legislative matter as it relates to the time frame of getting the affected person paperwork done, or a vote on their disability or what have you, because apparently they're saying the gap maybe between the city portion of getting it filed, and they're saying that they're down the road, or how long it may take. So I guess we need to show up on really how long this process should take so somebody can know about their disability, if they're going to be approved or not, and show up of when is the city need to make sure that affected employee needs to get those that paperwork in. I say if you know that you had a bad injury and you're going to be out for over a year, you should be making that decision as a person, saying, hey, I may need to start this process much earlier if I know my doctors or the city is saying this process is going to be way over that extended time. And people might want to face the music of that because they want the job. But at the end of the day, when you're hurt, sometimes you don't think it's clearly, but sometimes you got to be coached to say, here's a bottom line factor of where you need to be filling out this paperwork, going to the next level and filling that gap with the pensions office. So I would say it may be a collaborative hand to look at our process to make sure it's getting in a timely manner, and in their process, making sure they're getting in a timely manner and they're doing their job in a time effective manner as well. So that's kind of the way I read the memo and see it going forward. I'm glad that we are going to look at those things on our side, but I think and maybe a letter needs to be sent to maybe our legislative delegation to make sure that the pension boards are doing what they need to do on their side, since we have no control over that. Anyone else? Mr. Vieira,
If I may, Mr. Chair.
you recognize?
Thank you, sir. I had to turn off my camera because my bandwidth is... Oh, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you, sir. And please let me know if you can't. I'll be brief because of the awkward connection. I'm in a business's parking lot, and they asked me what I'm doing, and I said I'm at City Council for the year. But just a couple of things, if I may. I met with Ms. Austin and Chief Tripp, and I really appreciate their work on this issue. You know, for me, there's two big issues, which is, again, what do we do with these firefighters right now? I continue to believe that we do need to have a bridge for them, as council expressed last time. But the larger issue that should have to do with the traffic jam, if you will, that's dealing with the apparently with the pension. Again, I want to say what I said last time. When it comes to the service of our first responders, that issue is not in dispute. I think when it comes to the dedication to our first responders, that issue is not in dispute. I think Chief Tripp is a wonderful woman, and I salute her 110% for the job that she's doing. I think that the department is choosing to implement rules at a time when rules should be better managed, given the, again, traffic jam that we have on the pension board. With regards to the long-term issue, we have a very difficult process after a first responder reaches MMI and then tries to get a letter from a doctor, an authorized treating doctor, under the workers' compensation system, stating that they are, whether their level of disability for the pension retirement board. This is a very, very long process that potentially can leave people behind. This entails not only firefighters, but police officers. I've had a couple of police officers reach out to me as well with regards to this issue. And there are some issues that I'd really like to explore that are outside of my jurisdiction, obviously, but just things I've heard from individuals. I talked to Ms. Austin and Chief Tripp about the issue of having more nurse case managers to better work with authorized treating doctors and with the injured workers on getting the medical documentation, et cetera, to put pressure either if the worker needs to do something or if the authorized treating doctor who's billing workers' compensation needs to fill out a form. I think that's important. I've also heard something on doctor retirements and potentially the system needing more authorized treating doctors. Again, just something I've heard. But I think we need to continue to look at both issues, which is what's going to happen to these firefighters right now. I continue to think that's a very relevant issue, out of our jurisdiction, but still a very relevant issue. But number two is the long-term traffic jam that we have on this pension issue, which should be of concern to all of us as it relates to, again, the valor and the service of our first responders, something that we obviously
We lose him?
all agree on 110%.
Reception's fading in and out.
Thank you. Thank you.
The reception's fading in and out, Mr. Vieira. I'll get to you one second, Mr. Carlson, but I know we're hopping a lot of police and fire. I'm a guy that's across the board, and when we have these negotiations, I want to make sure that the general employees also have a say in this process as well, because it seems like I know the police and pension, they have the bigger stick, you could say. They're a little bit more vocal than our GE employees, but I don't like the fact of this 6-month deal, 6 months. I think that's really unfair when the police and fire have a year stretch. I think that's wrong. It doesn't seem right, because they're left to pay those bills at the end of that 6 months. If you're injured, how can you pay bills when you're not working? I have a hard time digesting that. So it's something we have to look at across the board with all of the unions. And again, I know the police and the fire have the biggest stick, but I don't like the little guy to be left out. Mr. Carlson, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, to echo what you and Ms. Ferreira said, we need to find a solution. Police and police officers and firefighters put their lives on the line for us, and in particular when they get injured on the job or related to the job, we need to find ways to support them. And we've had conversations with legal about the limits of our authority in addressing this. However, probably all of us have gotten unsolicited calls and emails from firefighters and police officers. And Chief Tripp, I know that that folks in the community have confidence in your ability to lead us through this. There were a lot of problems in the past, especially under the last administration, and we're still trying to clean up those problems. And we need to address them. And I would just ask you, Chief Tripp, to help guide us in what City Council, you working with HR and the mayor and others, guide City Council on what we can do to support you in the efforts to not only provide a bridge for firefighters who have been injured, but also address issues like female firefighter restrooms and showers and adequate, safe environments, safe from carbon monoxide inside fire stations, making sure firefighters have the proper equipment. You have full support of City Council in supporting the firefighters and police officers, and we need your help in letting us know what we can do to be supportive of you. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Vieira?
Yes, sir. And if I may, I want to make a motion for this issue of the Pension Review Board, just to come back to us the first week of May 2022 for a status update on that, if I may, sir.
Second.
All right. He was May 22nd, you say, sir?
First date.
Was that the first council in May, sir?
I'm looking at the calendar.
It doesn't go to May yet. The tentative one does. The clerk has a copy of the tentative calendar.
Oh.
May 5th?
Second.
Mr. Vieira, if you could restate the motion just one more time, so I'm clear on the motion, sir.
Yes, sir. That the staff report back to Tampa City Council on the status of prospective improvements to the Pension Review Board on May 5th, I think I heard, of 2022, if I may.
Second.
All right, just a discussion. I don't know, and again, I think we've been told that the pension is a separate entity. So, am I correct? Ms. Austin? So making a motion, I don't...
You're correct, sir. The police and fire pension is a separate entity from the city of Tampa.
So, Mr. Vieira, I think the motion that you might want to look at, I was going to try to make it the end. I think it needs to be something sent to maybe the legislative delegation to look into some of the issues that we've heard and have been talking about. For them, we can't get into or we can do nothing about, from what I'm understanding. But on the other side, with our HR department dealing with our union contracts and some of the issues on our side, we can deal with that. But the pension issue, we have to deal with that in another way.
Yes, sir. And I'm having bad reception here. This is very awkward. I apologize.
It's okay.
What I'll tell you what I'll do is I can make that motion now, and if I need to amend it after I discuss with staff, I can gladly do that, sir. If that would satisfy council.
You can make it. I'll make the amendment in reference to the friendly amendment in reference to the legislative delegation, because I think that's going to be the key to that, because that's going to be the one who can really address that, is our legislative delegation.
I accept. I accept, sir.
All right, it's been a motion on the floor by Mr. Vieira. Ms. Dingell, handle it, because I made a friendly amendment to it, so you take it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Mr. Vieira, Mr. Councilman Goods.
Mr. Dingfelder, just a clarification on the motion, because Councilmember Vieira talked about a report coming back, and you raised the issue of the legislative delegation. Obviously, the legislative delegation will not be providing a report on May 6th, so I don't know how you want to have that appear in the action summary to frame your motion.
Is it a letter from the chairman to the legislative delegation?
Yeah.
And the subject matter would be to address what issue specifically?
The pension issues that we discussed, about the backlog of the time that paperwork is filed and done with reference to the pension side of getting it done for a denial or approval of these guys' pension? What was the actual process to shorten that up? I think that's been the issue they talked about, that it takes so long once, apparently, whenever the city gets the paperwork over to them, but they're saying it's the city's fault that it's getting late. But on the other hand, employees are saying that it's taking so long on the pension side to get approved or denied, and that's been the backlog.
Is this with regard to injuries or disabilities, or is this regard to retirement in general? I just want to be...
No, we're talking about inability. Retirement is totally different. Once you
Right,
go to
so this
retire, that's totally, that day, you get your retirement date, they do their job. That's them. This is injury, disability.
Understood, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any questions, further discussion on the motion? Yes, ma'am.
The motion is for the chairman to send a letter to the legislative delegation. Now, we have a date of May 5th. Who's going to be reporting back?
So it's a two-part motion.
Yes, it's a two-part
The letter from the chairman that we just described, and the second part would be to return in May.
May 5th?
May 5th, under staff reports for an update on the issue.
Yeah, and I can amend that motion later after talking with staff. This is Vieira. Just again, my awkward appearance right now.
All right, well, we'll pen it in for now, and you can always amend it later.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Vieira, were you an aye?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Motion
Motion
carries unanimously. I think everybody's here. Mr. Chairman, I was looking at our remaining agenda, and I had some suggestions to zip along and eliminate some of these. Let me start with items, some planning items, 94 and 95, which are West Tampa, and 91, which is Tampa Heights. And I'm going to suggest that all three of those be carried over and deferred to the planners workshop on February 24th.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
All right, and 96 is the Hannah Street report, and I'd like to move that to the staff reports on January 18th.
Second. 96.
96, I'm
All right,
sorry.
Motion by Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
January 18th, is that a regular meeting? Oh, that's a commendation meeting? Okay. 13th.
Second.
Okay. A motion is second by me to move it on the 13th.
13th. All right, motion by Mr. Dingfelder, move it to the 13th. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, in regard to
One
item...
second, I just got a call. If someone's parked in the mayor's parking spot of Black Lexus, you need to move your car.
towed.
You will. Black Lexus in the mayor's spot.
It might be worse than Ms. Grimes,
Mr. Chairman, in regard to item
as
78...
far as your parking space goes.
which is the continuing request for sod. I've talked to staff about this. I'm not thrilled about it, but I'll be willing to move the item 78.
Second.
All right. Mr. Dingfelder's move it. Maniscalco second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yep, roll call. Yep. Thank you.
All right, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, in regard to the two TPD items, which are on the staff reports, 80 and 81, I've talked to TPD about these. I don't have any problem with them. I'll move to approve them.
Second.
All right, Dingfelder's moved it. Maniscalco second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Same thing with this one, roll call.
Yep, roll call.
Sorry.
All right, Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
And
Mr.
then in
Chairman,
regard-
I'm sorry, number 79, while you're on that page, is also something...
That's where I'm headed
Oh,
next.
thank you, okay.
And then in regard to item 79, which is the big parts contract, and I don't know if Mr. Miranda or anybody else has any Any issues or heartburn on that?
I've talked to him.
Okay, all right,
This is a must.
I'll move item 79.
Dingfelder's moved it. Second?
Second.
Say, Mr. Randall, roll call.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera. Viera. Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
I think we cleaned up a fair amount. We have an ordinance for 77, Mr. Chairman.
All right, number 77.
A substitute there, and do you want to have a staff discussion on that? That is a continuation from July 15th and November 4th.
Yeah, because we had someone come to speak on this item earlier.
Here we go. On screen, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Council. McLean Evans, Assistant City Attorney. Item number 77 is the first reading of an ordinance updating Chapter 26, Article 4 and 5 of City Code. The majority of the updates pertain to general corrections for outdated statutes, administrative code references, titles, and references. To talk to you about the couple of substantive changes in the code, I have here Director of Solid Waste and Environmental Program Management, Larry Washington.
I almost said good morning, but good evening.
Ain't no morning, that's for sure.
Exactly, yeah. Good evening, Chairman, Council, Director of Solid Waste, Larry Washington. And I'm here to really highlight the two major changes, which are the subsection 166, which is special pickup fees. And the current practice is to charge 4 cubic yards for a special pickup at a minimum. This change that we're recommending is going to reduce the special pickup rate from 4 cubic yards, the minimum, to 1 cubic yard. And the reason for this change is to reduce the likelihood of illegal dumping and incentivize special pickups throughout the neighborhoods of the city of Tampa. And for your for reference, 2 residential blue carts, so the standard carts, are equivalent to 1 cubic yard. And second, the second subsection is subsection 171, which is simply yard waste collection equity. So to properly ensure that we are able to provide collection to all of our customers throughout the city of Tampa, we have clarified the amount of yard waste that each resident or i.e. collection point may have at the particular locations. And for further questions, we go now our president.
Any questions from council on this item? All right, no questions, we move this item?
Could you just read the substitute, please?
Substitute.
Needs to be
Mr.
read by
Randall,
title
you have
only.
that, sir?
First reading.
I'll go ahead. What'd you say?
You want it? You want it?
All right.
Ms.
I have
Maniscalco?
I have a substitute ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida relating to utilities, making revisions to the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 26, Utilities, Article 4, Solid Waste, and Article 5, Recyclable and Recovered Materials, amending Chapter 26, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
I think Mr. Brandon said we needed to read the whole first.
No, not the whole. You gotta put the file number,
File number.
at least the file number. We didn't address that. I'm sorry.
Oh, file number E 2021-8, Chapter 26.
All right, Mr. Citro seconded, I believe.
Yes, he did.
Roll call?
All right, before I do roll call, I just want to announce that Viera did send me a message stating that he had to log off due to his connection.
All right.
All right, with that being said, Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera, Citro,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I've had somebody ask a question. There was a bit of confusion with the item number 96, the HANA project. Would the clerk just confirm the date that that was continued until?
For item number 96, it was continued to January 13th, 2022, under staff reports.
January 13th, regular meeting, under staff report.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, item number 52, we still have to do, correct, Mr. Shelby? Item number 52? 52, yes, and that again I'm not gonna get a super majority today.
What'd I miss?
We have
We've
five.
only got five.
Vote for it.
Well, I guess it has to be, and even, in addition to the supermajority, it has to be unanimous.
Yeah, is there anybody, I'm sorry, is there anybody opposed to it?
Well, you'll find out after the presentation. Why don't we hear the presentation first? Unless there doesn't need to be a presentation. There was a reason it was moved to staff report. Maybe Mr. Wigginton or Mr. Bede can explain why that is.
There was a reason, because the dollar value has exceeded, so they need a supermajority. It's high.
That's correct, Chair. Pursuant to Chapter 166, Section 45 of Florida Statute, Sub 1B, if the property value is higher than the assessment, then it does require a supermajority, and in this case, that would be 5 out of 7 votes.
You know, in this case, it's 5 out of 5. That's all we have. I'm sorry.
All right, anything else on that item? Anybody else discussion on that item? Ron?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Ron Wigginton, Legal Department. Just wanted to make sure the count on the, how many council members are there so that we can make the determination as to what satisfies what the term is used in the Florida statute. It's extraordinary vote, and the definition of an extraordinary vote is that which is more than a simple majority. So it would have to be one more vote.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, though the public can't see it at home, Councilmember Maniscalco is off camera, but he is present immediately adjacent to Councilmember Dingfelder, and, no, excuse me, Councilmember Carlson and Councilmember Dingfelder just re-entered the chambers.
Welcome.
Item number 52, sir, the dollar amount exceeds.
Right.
Move the resolution.
All right. Ms. Maniscalco, you move it?
Second. Move the resolution, yeah.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wigginton, this is a substitute resolution, or is this the resolution as in number 52?
No, sir, there is no substitution of this. It just simply would move to staff reports that we would have an opportunity to provide a presentation since it does require an extraordinary vote.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira? Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
I'll vote yes, since Mr. Wigginton's an extraordinary guy.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent at vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
I think we just have 88 and 100 left, correct?
86,
86,
87,
88.
88,
And 100, right?
and 100.
Okay.
We're getting there.
Slowly but surely.
Was 91 a part of the continuance you did for the workshop?
I think it
planning
was.
workshop?
What is item?
Yes,
that-
91,
what was
40, 91, 94, and 95.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 86.
86. I see Ms. Kelly, it's here.
Good evening, Council. Kelly Austin, Human Resources. Happy to answer any questions on 86, and then I'll stick around for 88 as well.
Any question for 86, guys? We asked her to stay on this morning.
So can you give us the 30-second version, Kelly? What's changing and why is this on the agenda?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you. So the reason why it's changing is United Healthcare has the right to amend the administrative fees. They did invoke that right when we lost about 1,500 plus employees to the healthcare trust that police and fire entered into. So that is the reason for the increase in the administrative fee. However, the overall cost realized is less because we have less people to pass that administrative cost on as far as covered employees. It's on the agenda, obviously, because of the overall cost of the healthcare plan is extraordinary, and so it obviously required council's acknowledgement. But this is really just a change to the
So we've-
administrative fee as a
so we've
result
re-
of the loss of employees to the healthcare trust.
So in reducing the number, total number by, let's say, a third, they are increasing their per capita cost?
Yes, it's going up, Councilman, for this iteration by about $7.05. So the rate's going from $39.85 to $46.90. It will hold at $46.90 in 2022, and then they will revisit it and it can increase again in 2023.
Okay.
And their contract is what, for 2 years or 3 years?
Their contract, Chair, is a 3-year initial term with 2 one-year renewals. So it's effective January 1, 2022 through December 31, 2024. We'll start procurement in 2024 for a January 1st, 2025 date.
Why don't you explain 88 and we'll move them together?
Okay, thank you. So 88 is the CARE ATC, the Wellness Center, and that was for the CPI increase, which is authorized in their contract. They just invoked that price escalation of 5%. CPI is actually 5.4. They could have gone up to 5.4, but they're increasing it by 5%, which is allowed. And so that had to get in front of you again, just because of the amount of the overall contract with the wellness centers.
Mr. Carlson, recognize. Sorry about this, sir.
If I remember correctly, at least the word on the street was that there was some dispute about the pricing of the bidding on this healthcare contract a year or two ago. Since the price has gone up substantially, at what point is there a trigger of another RFP or bid?
So Councilman, just so I'm clear, you're talking about number 86, the United Healthcare?
86, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah, so we have the option for 2 one-year renewals. So as stated, we'll be looking to put this out to procurement in 2024 with either.
Are there amounts that the is there like a collar on the pricing? So if the pricing goes above a certain amount, that you automatically take it out for bid, or is there an upper limit on a price increase?
We're not beholden to the renewals. We certainly could put it out for bid earlier if we wanted to.
Excuse me, just for my memory refresher, we did that not too long ago, and I believe this at that time was the lowest bid, right?
No.
It was not the lowest bid. That was the problem.
I thought,
I think it
Blue
was
Cross, it was not Blue,
it was an RFP.
RFP, yeah.
Yeah, somebody else had.
There was
to
an
bid.
exception. My understanding is there was an exception made, even though they weren't the lowest bid. And so the question now is, if it's going up by 100, am I reading that right? $159 million. At what point do we trigger a rebid?
Was it Aetna or Florida Blue? Somebody that was at a.
Should we consider workshopping this later in the spring to have more time to talk about it? And then Kelly, you guys can evaluate where we're at, where we're headed. We can't hear you.
Council, I'm sorry. So this amendment actually locks us in on the rate for the last 2 years of the agreement. The 159 million is the overall cost. That includes claims costs, the overall expenses of running the healthcare plan. So it's not increasing by that amount. I just wanted to make sure I clarify that. And the rate would be locked in now for the duration of this contract.
And is there an increase? How much is the increase? Of the 159, how much is the increase?
I'm sorry, Councilman, it would be 3% per year.
And back to my original question, is there a collar limit? Can it go at 5% or 10% in subsequent years, or is it locked in a maximum increase?
No, sir, it's locked in at 3%.
Okay. All right, sorry. Thank you.
Oh, you're good, thank you.
If you want to entertain a motion, Mr. Chairman, I'll move item 86 and 88 together.
Right. Mr. Dingfel's moved the motion. Mr. Maniscalco is second. Roll call.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira? Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
And 87 is more of the parts, or is, what, we had two parts ones?
No, the other one's not the part, this is the parts.
Oh, this is,
I believe Ms. Duncan is on for that one.
I thought I moved the parts earlier when I did my
I thought we did too. We moved the
consolidation.
parts, didn't we? Yeah, we moved the parts.
Mr. Chairman, Sal Rogerio is on the line.
Sal?
And Adri
79.
Colina is also on the line.
Hang on a second, because they're trying to clear, did we move this or?
I moved item 79 before, which is Allen J. Fleet Sales.
That was the cars.
That was a car.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I thought that was parts. I moved 79 earlier. I misstated, I called it parts. It was actually cars. So all we've got left is 87 parts, $5 million.
Okay, sir, so, that we submitted a memo, and Adri and Gary Stewart, the manager of Fleet, is on the line if you have any questions.
If no one has any questions, I'll move the item 87.
Second.
All right, Maniscalco second. Roll call.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Viera, Citro, Miranda?
No.
No? Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Miranda voting no and Viera being absent at vote.
But let me say something to Sal and Avery while they're on it, and I know why Mr. Miranda is voting no. And in the future, this will probably be a no for me unless we change the parameters of this. I mean, that parts department,
I think they're getting better. I've had some conversation.
so you know where I'm going, right, Mr. Miranda? All right, so you had that conversation, okay, but, so we won't belabor it so we can get out of here, but we got to get better on that, way better on that. Thank you, Sal and Adrian, appreciate
Councilman,
it.
if I can jump in real quick. We're monitoring very heavy, and we're making positive changes, so that is going to get better.
Couldn't hear you.
But we've thanks for your support.
All right, okay. All right. Gentlemen, have we
Thank
got?
you, council member.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I need to go back to number 77. I'm not sure if I announced the hearing
All
date,
right.
but I want to go ahead and put that on
All right,
record.
77.
77, file number E 2021-8, chapter 26, second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
I'm trying to keep up, and so is, from what I see, a lot of the staff keeping up. I just want to make sure, did we do number 91 already?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That was also continued to the workshop
Yeah,
day?
yeah, with 91, 94, 95.
91, 94, and 95, workshop day.
So we got 100, number 100?
Could I confirm with the clerk, is there
We haven't did
anything
100 yet.
Is there anything else outstanding?
Just
Yes,
100.
I have one more thing, item number 93. We did continue this item to March 3rd. However, if you see, the next quarterly update is on February 17th. Do we want to put the next quarterly update after the March date? You want to start from there?
May I suggest that we just consider setting the next quarterly date when you hear the staff report on the, on March?
March
when?
3rd.
March 3rd?
Mhm, and then
So that would be
every quarter.
92 and
Unless you want to
93?
set it now.
Correct.
Yeah, but
So what did we move it to earlier?
Well, it was both items, 92 and 93, were continued to March 3rd, but I'm asking about the quarterly update. We need to scratch the February 17th because that's going to come before March 3rd.
Bill,
that has to be
that was
removed
your
from, that has to
motion.
be removed from the agenda.
Can we just move it to February 17th then?
Okay, just that item, 93?
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
92, isn't it
Well, 92
and
doesn't have a
93
quarterly.
together?
That's not going to be traveling with 92.
Okay, can I make a motion? I think I didn't want to put it on February 17th because it looked full, but I'd like to make a motion to move 92 and 93 to February 17th. Number 93 to be combined with the quarterly update.
All right, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Viera, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
Mr. Deanford, I know we moved to have item number 96 come back on the January 13th. Correct? Item number 96?
I think so, Hannah Street.
But we want to make sure, number 13, we want to make sure that we had public comment today in reference to that project over there. And we want to make sure they can address some of those issues with that $11 million that jumped to $100 million, and how it was, and how that contract was, and how that contract was not, did not go out for an RFP.
Sal, are you still on the line? Adri Colina, are you still on the line?
Yes, Councilman, I'm on the line.
Okay, so when y'all come back on Hannah Street, if you can address the issue of how we got DPR and the history of DPR and that sort of thing that was raised this morning.
Yes, sir, we are ready for that.
Yeah, there were a lot of questions raised about that, a lot of concern about that. I want some answers there, but thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, we'll be ready. Thank you.
All right, we to 100, Madam Clerk?
We just receive and file that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes, sir,
can
Mr.
just
Chair.
make a comment on that, Council. You could see how, and if the clerk can verify this, that does not contain all the changes that have been made to the calendar that have been done by motion previously, but this is the tentative dates themselves. The only thing that I would be concerned about, Council, is you are setting, you'll notice, January, February, March, and April, the commendations for the new Tuesday meeting. If Council, you'll have an opportunity to see how that works, but my recommendation is consider making it throughout the year, and if it doesn't work, then you could always go back to the way it was, but at least that way you can not, because frankly, you can't wait till April to determine what you're going to do the next month, because you have to be fair to the departments and the process in advance. You'll
Mr.
really
Shelby,
only-
that's a great idea, because you saw accommodations was an hour and almost 40 minutes today. And all those accommodations and the extra, when people want to, we want to ask people to come to talk about a program, all that stuff should be on that date. And that way we can kind of cut some of these hours down. We could have cut down today.
So, Mr. Shelby, you're suggesting a motion that we include or we add
rest of the year, Mr.
the rest of the year,
Shelby?
May through December?
Extend what you've done from
For the-
January through April, through the entire term of the calendar, and you can always change it
For
if
the
it doesn't work.
accommodation special ceremony.
Right, on those Tuesdays meetings, so you could also plan for the room to be blocked and et cetera, and also the departments and the unions to be able to know how they're going to be able to
Madam
address it.
Clerk,
I know you're saying throughout the year, the calendar goes to April 2023. You want to just continue it until the end of the calendar?
that'll be fine.
Yes, that would be the.
Seconded by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carried.
Yeah, I'm against it. Thank you.
Ms. Carson,
Bill said no.
Yeah, I just think we haven't even started doing that yet. We ought to see how it works before we do that. He said we can change it, but if we're booking it for the purpose of booking the room, fine. But if it doesn't work for whatever reason, I think we need to be flexible to change it before
By March, we'll know if it's good or not.
Remember, one of the reasons that I argued not to do it that way before is that it's not really fair to the people getting the accommodations, because they're not going to get the full audience that someone would have on a Thursday. So I think we need to see how the changing conditions of our agendas affect us. The other thing, please, while I have the floor, it would be especially helpful to me, and maybe you all, if we're not going to carry the full calendar out, at least if we could say the Thursdays in late June or early July, when we're not going to have a meeting, meaning what's the city council holiday? Because I don't want to make plans and then have to change it. So can we just confirm what those dates are? The clerk has given it to me, but can we make sure that we vote on that with the calendar?
I think that's the motion to approve item 100.
It only
That
goes
would
to
be-
April, though.
No, April of '23.
Okay, I got it.
If I can also point out, and I don't know whether the clerk does this, but sometimes you get a fifth Thursday on your month and council has no meeting. So for instance, I don't know on the tentative, I don't have it in front of me. For instance, March 31st is a fifth Thursday, but I don't know whether it appeals on the calendar. Do you want, if there's a fifth Thursday and there's no meeting, do you want that to appear on the calendar? Because sometimes you may just assume that you have a meeting the following week. It is, you added that, Sue Ling? Excellent, thank you so much. Okay, just so that.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the number 100 says January through April, but the actual calendar we're voting on goes all the way through the end of the year. Thank you.
Wait,
Goes through April 2023.
April of '23.
April 23. Okay, sorry, I messed up.
It's
too
getting late.
Too late.
Getting late.
All right, did we move the 100 yet?
Citro seconded.
Oh, that was our other motion.
Okay, all right. Motion to approve?
So
All right,
moved.
so let's bundle it. Item 100 along with the additional change for May through April of '23. Is that clear?
We already voted on that, right?
That was a vote already.
Yeah, we
wasn't
voted
it?
on it.
Oh, we voted on it? Well, did we vote on item 100?
No, we
We
didn't.
didn't vote
All
on
right, I'll
it.
move item 100.
Second.
Second by Mr. Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr., we lost Mr. Vieira, correct? All right, Mr. Shelby, anything for you, sir?
No, sir. This is the last meeting of the year, so I want to take this opportunity to wish you and everyone listening a very happy holiday and a happy new year. And the public will see you again next year.
Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just have one item. I'd like to make a motion to receive an update from the administration, and this could be someone from the mayor's office or even someone from TPD, because they have been in communication on this issue, on the status of the cameras at McFarland Park in West Tampa. If I can receive this update at our first regular session meeting under staff reports on January 13th, 2022. And the reason is, with or without COVID, this has been discussed for almost 2 years. And originally it was stated, yes, we're going to get the cameras done. Yes, we're going to get the cameras put in there. And a plan was in place. Recently, they have a little library that they set up. That's been vandalized. There's been graffiti. The dog station, for the waste has been broken and vandalized. I drive by the park daily, but at night, very, very few lights. And on top of, there is little to no surveillance. I know TPD sometimes does park into the drive off McDill, but still, we're seeing, this vandalization and graffiti and whatnot, and everything that I stated. So the neighborhood has asked me repeatedly. I keep saying, I don't know, we're working on it. And I've been saying that for almost 2 years. So I would like someone to come back January 13th, 2022 with an update so that we can move forward and let the neighborhood know.
Second, and that's, so comprehensively, that would be just all security issues at McFarland Park?
Yeah, but specifically cameras that were going to be installed. And we were going to work with TPD to put cameras in the park, at least the temporary mobile units that they have, at least start with that.
Okay, I'll second it.
Thank you.
Second, Mr. Dingfeld. All in favor? Mr.
Aye.
Shelby?
Is that date again?
January 13th, 2022.
Thank you. And is that a written report, or you want somebody
I
in
would
person?
like somebody to appear virtually or in person. I'm sure it'll still be virtual under staff reports.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco had made a motion. Was it Dingfeld that seconded?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Anything else, sir?
No, sir. Oh,
Go.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Real quick. My condolences to the family of Dr. Mijares, who passed away, 101 years old. If you knew him or know of him, one of the best, a local physician. The name is very well known in this community. He has an amazing life story. I'm not going to go into detail, but you could Google him and see. And he recently celebrated his 101st birthday, but he passed away. I wanted to give him originally a commendation for his 100th birthday, but due to COVID, the limitations that we had, the age of the gentleman, I didn't want to, bring him in person. But I do want to extend my condolences to the family.
Yeah. Second, you wrote a book about that big.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right, Maniscalco,
Great person.
Second by Mr. Moreno. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Anything else, sir? Mr. Carlson.
Condolences to the families of the two folks who passed away from accident on Beta Bay and Lois. That story has been in the news the last few days. The neighborhood has been asking for a signal light there for a long time. 3 years ago, our head of mobility sent a letter to the county requesting funding for that. 2 years ago, Vic Beatty, head of mobility, sent a letter requesting it. And I have not gotten this cleared by legal, so assuming my motion is assuming legal approves, that we ask the chair to send a letter to County Commission requesting funding for the signalization of Beta Bay and Lois.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Carls, second, Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Yeah, a light and turn signal, yeah.
Anything else, sir?
Yeah, happy holidays, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Citro?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I make a motion to have staff present to council options and strategies explaining the city and the public electric vehicle charging infrastructure in the city of Tampa on January 7th, 9 a.m.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to move to add the 2021 fourth quarter firefighter of the quarter to the January 18th commendation meeting.
Second.
Because Mr. Scherer had been recognized at the annual celebration, but was not recognized by the city.
Second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Ms. Elman, you recognized.
Yes.
I don't believe there is a meeting on January 7th. Can someone check?
No.
Did I say 7th? January 27th.
27.
27th. Did I say 7th? I meant to say January 27th.
I thought it was
27th.
a little early, but.
Thank you, Ms. Zellman.
Anything else, sir?
Merry Christmas.
If I can, I'm sorry. Forgive me. The 27th for a commendation?
No. That was for the prior one for the electrical charging.
It's late. It's late. It's late.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, prosperous New Year.
Mr. Dingfelder.
We have 2 minutes to get out before 6. I am good. Happy holidays to everybody.
Mr. Miranda.
I just want in passing also that I think the wake is tomorrow for Judge Henson, who passed away. Not only was he a great judge, he was a friend of the public. Always had a smile on his face and had a wonderful family, and he passed away. He's a very, very nice man. We'll be missing him very much.
Yes.
Carl and I ran against each other and became good friends, but he's a nice guy.
All right.
And he beat me.
Mr. Dingfelder, the gavel was yours, huh?
I'm good, Mr. Chairman. How about you, sir?
All right. First of all, my condolences to my cousin, Carolyn House Stewart. Her mother passed away. Services will be this Saturday. She is the final matriarch on my mother's side. So my mother's oldest sister now becomes the matriarch of the family. So I know she's going through a tougher time right now, so I want to give my condolences to her. Also, we had a gentleman talk about, two gentlemen talk about the builder's risk insurance. Several people have come forth, asked me about that. I thought staff would have given me an inkling of where we're at with that. They have not. It seems like we're spinning on wheels, and apparently this was brought up 2 or 3 years ago. So I'm just going to ask, and would like contract administration, legal, EBO, and purchase department to come back and appear with presentations as recommendations for implementation of builder's risk insurance on the staff reports March 3rd, and I've indicated 4 bullet points that I want them to address on it.
You have a date?
March 3rd.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second, where? Miranda. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, motion to receive and file.
So moved.
All right, Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Citro, all in favor? Aye. We adjourn.